Carl's actually already injured.
Good morning, everyone.
That's loud.
Welcome to day 5 of Finance Committee and our budget deliberations for 2021-2022. I'd like to read the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the land of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people, past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Can we have a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Carlson.
Here.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
Councillor Croson.
Good morning.
Councillor Morrow.
Yeah.
Councillor Parker.
Yes.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Here.
Mayor Spearman.
Here.
Councillor Campbell.
Here.
All present, thank you.
Great, thank you. Before we start this morning, Madam Treasurer, City Treasurer, do you want to just give us an update on our spreadsheet, please?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, based on the deliberation and decisions yesterday, there's a negative 1.37% tax decrease in 2021, increase of 1.37% in 2022 for an average of 0 over the 2 years. Municipal portion of the taxes.
Does Finance Committee have any questions of the City Treasurer before we continue? I see none. City Treasurer, is there anything that you want to highlight about the goldenrods before we engage in this process? Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Adair, this relates to your two departments, so is there anything you want to highlight before we engage in this?
Mr. Chair, I would defer to Mr. Hawkins to start, provide some context.
Yeah, just in terms of the majority of these are utility-related, water, wastewater. waste and recycling related reduction initiatives. What I just add at this point is, to the extent that the utilities are seen as essential and critical service entities for the community, the business units in this instance looked at ways of protecting or preserving the core functions, the operations and maintenance functions of the utilities, and then focusing on where, to the extent that we have discretionary spending, usually in the form of, in the case of water, the water main renewals and contract services and the like, in order to look for those 5% and 10% reductions. The waste and recycling is similar in terms of the core collection and processing activities. It attempts to preserve those main functions and the staff associated with that, and then created a suite of options for council's consideration that to some extent are more discretionary in nature.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. There are some in the high impact areas that, I think we would need some guidance at some point. If we do adopt some of these cost reduction measures in some of the goldenrod sheets, what's the consequence for us doing so?
Yeah, if council looks at the highs in particular as it relates to waste and recycling services on the collection side, there is some significant service implications associated with hours of operation at the depots, the yard waste sites, the landfill as well. We present them as opportunities for cost reduction. It is not the utility's position that, given our current rate structure and the fact that rates in particular on waste and recycling are already budgeted at 0 for the next 2 years, that there is necessarily a need for council to entertain those budget reductions. But again, they are presented for consideration this morning. On the collection initiatives, there is an opportunity, should council want to actually approve some of those service reductions, that it can have a resultant impact or on the residential, monthly residential utility rate, albeit modest decreases to the potential monthly charge. And again, that's a decision that council will be faced with this morning if they want to consider those high impact ones.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for some of that explanation. Maybe when we arrive at waste processing, you can talk a little bit about core services, because there seem to be some significant offerings here that really, in my mind, do actually strike on core services. So if there are things going on behind the scenes in waste processing that you consider to be core services, I think I'd appreciate an opportunity to understand exactly what those were, so I can look at these in context. It doesn't need to be done right now, but just in preparation for when we arrive at those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for sort of taking us through. I think something just popped up that might be the answer to my question. Through you to the city treasurer, part of the resolution sent to, or the mandate sent to Finance Committee by Council, was to achieve 0 in our utility as well. Are we going to be tracking those? I think Mr. Hawkins said we're already at 0. So I'm wondering if there's a spreadsheet we will see, like we did with the taxes, regarding utilities.
Councillor Carlson, so we have been tracking as we go. We don't necessarily have the same format as what you see for the taxation, but we can certainly give updates to the impact on each of these initiatives. Currently, based on what's approved in the base adjustments, the blue sheets, the water, wastewater, and waste and recycling are all at 0 for 2021 and 2022.
So that we've currently hit the mandate that was sent by council to finance?
That's correct.
Thank you for that. Some of these goldenrod sheets, if we approved, actually have I don't know whether to say a negative impact or a positive impact, but on the tax rate. If we approve some of the reductions in the utilities, there's increased pressure on the tax base, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Starting with the first set of low impact on goldenrods, Councillor Carlson has a motion on the floor right now that Finance Committee recommend that City Council amend the 2019-2022 operating budget by adopting the following reduction initiatives. A30 Water Main Renewal Program Option 1, A31 Cemetery Interment Services, A32 Cemetery Grounds Maintenance, and A33 Cemetery Records Management. Do we have a second for this motion?
Councillor Kaufman.
Councillor Kaufman, thank you. Questions? Mayor Spearman.
Well, I'm looking at some of these and I just wonder what the value is. And I mean value in terms of benefits to homeowners. So A30, reducing water main rehabilitation by 18% each year. We've got old water mains. We've got people living in areas of the city where water main replacement is key. People who are inconvenienced by 4 or 5 breaks a year in 2020. Why would we consider reducing water main replacement by 18% in order to save a minimal amount of money? Impact on taxation is $30,000.
Question.
So that's my question to councillors. These items with minimal impact on taxation, I think, why would we reduce service levels unnecessarily? The cemetery services I have less of a handle on. I'd be interested in more fulsome explanation for A31 to A33. But again, I would question, is the limited benefit to taxation, if any, worth considering items of this nature? Those are my comments.
So the question you're asking was just a rhetorical one?
Yes, I think the mayor's in debate rather than questions. My reason for putting this forward.
I'm asking a question. Why are we considering these types of items that have minimal impact at this stage? Since we've already met our goal, are we prepared to do things which are just going to cause headaches to our homeowners and specifically in return? It means slower response and regular inconvenience on water main breaks.
I think you're in debate, Mayor.
No, I'm asking a question. Why are we doing this?
You can't ask a question on every single person on council. You're asking a rhetorical question because not one person can answer it. That's what I'm thinking, sorry.
This is question period, so I asked a question.
Councillor Morrow.
So I'm assuming you're done with the mayor? My questions are A31, A32, and A33, the cemetery. I'd like explanation on each one of these, please.
Certainly. A31, the explanation would be to reduce our intern service to a Monday to Friday schedule. Currently, we include a Saturday internment service. This recommendation would remove the Saturday option at a regular cost. Should people want an internment service on Saturday, there would be a surcharge added to that Saturday internment service. Those fees, depending on what they were looking for, would be anywhere between $400 to $1,400. When we looked at our provincial comparators and what other municipalities were doing, what we recognized was Lethbridge was the only community that was offering this service to the public on Saturdays at no additional cost. So in this initiative, you would see savings of a 0.5 seasonal individual, and we did made some assumptions that there would be some additional revenue achieved through these internment services that would be completed on Saturday.
So right now, we do internment services Monday to when?
Through Saturday.
So we don't do any on Sunday or holidays?
We do them as well on Sundays and holidays, and there is a surcharge for those currently. So we would just add the Saturday to those surcharges.
So all this is doing is adding a surcharge to Saturday internments?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. What about A32?
Cemetery ground maintenance. This initiative is comprised of 3 service reductions. The first one would be, we would be reducing the plants that they're planted each year. We'd reduce that annual budget from $9,000 to $3,000. And with that, so we'd see approximately 1/4 of the plants would be planted each year. The second reduction would be the reduce of grave leveling, and that's about a $10,000 a year annual reduction. What we would see is we would still do grave leveling, and so that would be accomplished. It would just be more of the more emergent ones. We would get to them, or when we have complaints, that sort of stuff. So it would be less proactive work on that. The third one would be reduction in planting trees of $15,000 annually. Currently, we have a $50,000 budget, so we'd be reducing that to $35,000, which would basically, last year we planted roughly 100 trees, and this would roughly cut that in half by reducing that to that $15,000.
I assume when you're talking about cemetery services, you're talking about all the cemeteries that we maintain.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and what about A33?
A33, this project, from my understanding, the St. Patrick Cemetery records were lost in a church fire in 1950, apparently. So this project was to try to go back and do the investigation to determine where the graves were, who and where was or is in that cemetery. So that work is actually almost near completion and will be completed by the end of this year or early into next year. So that one is just about wrapping up anyhow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A30, Mr. Hawkins, I'm going to make a bit of a general statement about some of the reports that come from your departments, recognizing that a lot of what your folks do are technical in nature. Some of these sheets have, they're challenged in the information that council is presented with. Under proposed implementation strategy, the statement is approximately 18% fewer meters of water main. Doesn't really give council an understanding of what's being done. And I know it's difficult, but I'm just asking, maybe as we head into CIP or in future budget presentations, if your staff can find a way of making this language accessible to non-engineers, that would be appreciated. I know some of these are hard to quantify, but there's got to be a simpler way of getting me to understand what the reduction is going to be. Can you just sort of help contextualize what 18% fewer meters of water main means?
Yeah, we can easily provide a summary of the last few years' activity in terms of contract lining, actual physical replacements, no-dig strategies, those kinds of things specific to this particular program. This is simplified in terms of it just ties directly to the budget item, the operating capital line item that's in the water utilities budgets for this activity. But it's a contract service reduction for those water main renewal services that we do. And we have a number of strategies. There's lining, there's actually physical excavation and replacement strategies that are associated with this activity. So, and
Okay.
in future, we can easily provide more details if that helps council. But this is specific. The initiative here was again in the context of where might we find some discretionary spending reductions that has a modest or minimal impact to outcomes, albeit anything that sees a reduction in this particular budget item, this water main renewal budget item, it does jeopardize or create inconvenience in the form of main breaks and service interruptions that, again, our operating and maintenance staff have to respond to on more of an emergent basis in order to resolve those issues. This is a long-standing effort to get at the inventory primarily of cast iron water mains that are past their useful life, that are the subject of frequent breaks and service interruptions, and to systematically try to deal with those on a priority basis in those oldest neighborhoods.
Thank you. That's actually a great explanation and helps me understand a little bit better. Pictures always work too. You could also ask Stu Perkis to explain things because he does an excellent job with electric, helping us understand that. So thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate your understanding on that. Just a question on A31. When we talk about service levels, cutting back 2 days with the option, of course, of having a fee if you're looking for a separate internment, an internment on a day that we're closed. We do have what's being proposed here is to be closed on Saturday and Sunday, which is 2 consecutive days. Was there any consideration of breaking that up? Wednesday and Sunday, for example, or something of that nature. We do have people in our community of Jewish faith, and I know that some sects within Judaism do try to vary within 24 hours, recognizing contemporary context, of course. But I would just wonder if that would be a better service to the community as opposed to 2 consecutive days.
We certainly did not look at that. We certainly can look at that. I know from a staffing perspective, that may create challenges just on a staffing perspective, but we can certainly take that away and look at it.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Carlson, you're in and out. Has your question been answered?
Oh, sorry, my hand was up from like 20 minutes ago. It's been down for a while, sorry.
Okay. Further questions? Councillor Morrow?
Thank you. Further to Councillor Kaufman's question to Mr. Hawkins. I don't know if I heard the answer. So you say approximately 18 fewer meters, 18%. So how many meters do you do in a year, and what is 18%?
I haven't got that. Yeah, I haven't got that number right in front of me, but if we can attempt to get that number for you.
You can't give us just a general. Do you do 1,000 meters a year, or do you do
actually
50?
I think typically we on a typical year we try to get up to 2,000 meters, a couple kilometers of renewal done every year. So
wow.
It's roughly 18% of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more questions. Does the mover wish to open for debate?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Brought these forward for council's consideration. These seem to be the lowest of the low-hanging fruit, and I'm happy to have the questions answered.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I cannot be supporting this as the grouping that it is, because there are some things in here that I think are vital. A30 with the water main renewal, as I've said repeatedly, one of the things we need to work on is maintenance. Even during difficult times, we need to have maintenance. And this is something that if we don't do ongoing, we're just going to see it build up over time. And so I will not be voting in favor of this of these combined initiatives.
Further debate? Councillor Morrow?
Well, I find that I'm a little disappointed in that these are in front of us. You know, we've got a, I don't know, $400 million budget. And I totally agree with the mayor. We're looking at these, and you know, what really bothers me that we continue to try and do something to the cemetery where, you know, we don't know when people die, and yet what we're trying to do here is you get buried on a Friday and it's okay. You get buried on a Saturday and you're going to have to pay more money. Like, it's just this to me is ridiculous. The cemetery is one of the most, as long as I've been on council, when people see that there's something wrong at the cemetery, the grass is too long, or the plots, like the leveling that you're talking about, Mr. Adair, all that sort of stuff, I get phone calls. People go there for peace and quiet and to pay respect. So I don't understand why these keep coming back year after year after year. I think the cemetery is precious to many people, so I'm not going to be same argument that the mayor was trying to put forward with the reduction in the water main renewal. I'm not going to be supporting any of these.
Mayor Spearman.
Well, I will start by saying I fully understand why the city manager and his staff put these forward. They're here for council's consideration. Having said that, I think, as I said previously, I think we need to spend a minimal amount of time on these. I think if we implement any of these, other councillors, in addition to Councillor Morrow, will be getting complaints from citizens. So I certainly think that this would incur more pain than they're worth, more inconvenience than they're worth, and I see no benefit to implementing these. And unsurprisingly, I will not be supporting this resolution. Thank you.
No more debate?
I'll close.
Councillor Carlson, close.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I couldn't agree more with my colleagues, and especially the final comments by the mayor. These were brought forward at our request and at the direction, some of them, through the KPMG report. We knew at that time that this was going to come in front of council, and it's up to council to look at all the recommendations that we've had from KPMG and others and put our community hats on. My goal in bringing forward these 4 right out of the gate was to deal with them speedily. That didn't seem to happen, but we're getting to it now. So I would ask for my colleagues' support in not approving these initiatives.
Thank you. Calling the question by roll call.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
That's lost 9-0.
Moving on.
Deputy Mayor, Deputy Mayor, it's Joe. Sorry, can I just add something here? Because what Councillor Carlson was just saying is that he put these on to discuss, and he wanted to do it speedily. Well, my question and my advice is, if every one of us is not going to vote in favor of this, why put it on to debate it? Just leave it. Somebody has to bring it forward. So why don't we just leave it? And then it does. Nobody, just like we're not even going to consider it. And then it speeds up the process if that's what you want to do.
Very good, Councillor Morrow. I will move that Finance Committee recommends A35 for adoption by City Council. Do I have a second? There is no second.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, if I may ask a point of consideration.
Yeah.
My gut was that council was going to at least discuss these initiatives. They were, as I said, some of them are recommendations from the KPMG report.
Right.
Some of them are recommendations from administration. I thought we were going to at least discuss them, dive into them, so that council did their due diligence, whether we approved them or not. But if it's the will of council, we could do an omnibus resolution just to dismiss these.
I totally understand that. I want us to vote on A35.
I'll second it to get it up for discussion then.
Thank you. Question by Councillor Morrow. No question. Further questions? Councillor Morrow, are you still up? No? Councillor?
No, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Hawkins, I guess, on this one. Contaminated soil business option one. We have stayed in the contaminated soil business, have we?
We have a licensed facility as part of our license to operate the regional landfill, the capacity to actually take this kind of material. For the last 3, I believe, almost 4 years, we discontinued accepting the material on the basis that we had very limited capacity. And we were, because this capacity is in conjunction with the cell development for municipal solid waste, and our priority was making sure we preserve landfill space for our community, specifically around municipal solid waste. However, there is a revenue, there is an ability, there is about 2 to 3 years capacity available associated with this activity. The good news is that our tonnage for municipal solid waste is down, so there is an opportunity, a revenue opportunity to resume acceptance of contaminated soil. This, generally speaking, is oil field waste. It comes from the region, Southern Alberta region, from various oil field producers, and has the potential of creating a new revenue opportunity. And that's what this is, 835, 834, and 835 speak to, is the net increase in revenue associated with that activity. However, the risk, and why it's medium risk, is that capacity is limited. If we run out, then we discontinue that opportunity at some point, unless council considers a CIP project to expand that capacity going forward. And that, again, that's contemplated in this initiative as well, is that we would have to come forward next year as part of the CIP deliberations to consider the necessary investment to make sure that we could stay in this business on an ongoing basis.
Thank you. A couple of questions then in line with that. When you say this is oil field waste, is this hydraulic fracking waste?
It's not in terms of the liquid waste, but rather just contaminated soil waste. So we're licensed only to take solid waste in this regard. So much of that hydraulic fracking waste is actually taken to different facilities which we aren't licensed to accept.
Okay, thank you. Where is the closest solid waste facility for this material to Lethbridge?
I believe, if memory serves, when we discontinued, the majority of the waste was being accepted at Medicine Hat's facility down in Redcliffe.
Okay, thank you. E7 in the current CIP, Waste and Recycling Center disposal, cell development and closure. identifies 3 years of spending, 22 to 24, total of about $4 million, $3.5 million. And then the verbiage that accompanies that identifies that there's the potential for a couple of additional cells. When you're contemplating a CIP project, is it another project? Will this create an additional project?
No,
Or is
no.
it would be included with what has already been proposed in the current 2018-27 CIP?
That's correct. So we would modify, we have to update based on our current experience with respect to volumes and the waste received as to what the next cell development strategy is, and get the CIP updated accordingly. And this would be part of that effort.
Okay, thank you. I've got more questions, but I'll hop out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to probably Mr. Hawkins. Do we have customers that are wanting this service? Is it something that we hear requests for?
Yeah, that's correct. So we turn away regular requests on the basis that we didn't want to take up cell space for this particular business. This wasn't considered core to our operation right now, and in terms of servicing our community specifically. So this business does exist, and this sheet, this revenue opportunity is a reasonable, is a fairly conservative estimate of what we would receive if we open back up for business.
Okay, thank you for that. And Deputy Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask questions on both options, if that's appropriate.
Certainly.
Because they're somewhat tied in my mind.
Go ahead.
Thank you. A34 is basically using space we have available now, correct?
They both are,
they both are.
A34 and A35. It's just a question of how aggressive we want to use the available space that we have before it triggers another investment.
Okay, so neither of these trigger another investment. Is that what I'm hearing?
Not in the immediate term, not in the 2021-22 timeframe, no.
Okay, thank you, because that's I wasn't clear, because they both did say that the investment will be paid off in the first year. So I wasn't sure what investment, because there wasn't a reduction in the revenues to show any quote investment unquote.
And that would show up as the sheet indicates. Maybe it's not super clear in a CIP request.
Okay, so that would be in the upcoming CIP or beyond then. So neither of these cost anything. They are all just offering greater services to our customers, and they would see greater revenues, correct?
There is an operating cost, equipment cost to move the material, receive the material, move the material around, but those have been netted out of this particular sheet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
But no capital cost, no.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for the information. Following up on some of what I've heard, so you said there's some equipment costs that you've already figured in. There is no additional staffing costs required?
That's correct. This is part of the current operation today, which is a contract operation. We have a contract service provider that manages the active face and the active cells, and this would just be an expansion or an addition to the contract services we already have at the landfill.
So we're looking here for a way to make more money. In the last 4 years since we haven't done it, as you said to Councillor Kaufman, that they've been taken to Medicine Hat. So just looking at the flip side, if we choose not to do this, is there an environmental concern because this stuff would be improperly disposed of?
This is a highly regulated business, and those generators, whether it's oil field companies or even the brownfield site rehabilitations like old abandoned gasoline stations, those kinds of things, they're obligated to follow regulatory and environmental practices in order to dispose of. So I wouldn't suggest that the fact that we're not in the business today or would continue not to be in the business is creating an environmental concern in southern Alberta.
Okay, so we're looking at this purely financially.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you. I think Councillor Parker's in line. I've asked questions. He hasn't.
You were up.
Okay, thank you then, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. You've, in the verbiage in the sheet under proposed implementation strategy, it states that the cost of building a new cell will be recovered within 6 months of having the new cell in operations. So if, based on what is in E7 in the CIP, you're looking at about, let's split the difference and say $1.8 million for a new cell. You're able to generate $900,000 in 6 months. Is that the way I'm supposed to understand it, approximately?
Approximately. I don't believe that's necessarily the full cost. There's an incremental cost associated with liners and cell development in the context of overall cell development for municipal solid waste. So it's we would identify specifically the expense associated with contaminated oil cell development specifically, but you're right. There is essentially for we can recover whatever that dollar is that's spent specifically for this activity. We can recover. The payback is quite quick.
Okay, thank you. What's the life of new cells when we bring them on? Obviously, it's based on what you're putting into it, but ballpark?
Typically 4 to 5 years is what we anticipate any cell development will last.
Oh, okay. Is there, again, based on our experience up to 2016, you're proposing capacity, well, I guess it's the existing cell is a capacity of 17,000 cubic meters. Just trying to figure out how much to be putting in. Second question then would be on the revenue side, $324,000. Where does that revenue go?
That, well, it stays with the landfill itself. Potentially it creates an opportunity to mitigate any future increases to the tipping fees, because the operation of the regional facility, our waste and recycling facility, is ultimately, the revenue requirement there is all through tipping fees. So it resides with the landfill and the waste processing business, and ultimately is it offsets expenses associated with that operation.
Does it sit in a reserve until it's required, or is it expended through just general operations? Perhaps that's a question to the treasurer.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro through to Councillor Kaufman. So if this was approved, any surpluses would flow to the accumulated surplus for the utility.
Thank you. And 32,400 would go directly into taxation, or into relief of taxation.
As a relief of taxation, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, just on that.
Thanks.
Just this is the one instance in respect to the goldenrod sheets where there is a direct benefit to the taxpayer because of the 10% on gross revenues that we pay as a return on investment to relief.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
You, Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I noticed that 10% in the goldenrod, so thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Hawkins, I believe in being an expert at listening to experts. And I find you, of course, you're an expert in this field. Do you endorse this, and so us as a council doing this as a corporation? Do you endorse this, or or is there any risk that you may see that, you know what, I would recommend not, or is this just something you brought forward because there were finding some savings and new revenue generations? So at the end of the day, do you endorse this proposal?
Utility does. There is some risks associated with, again, getting back in the business, our obligations under our license to operate, but those are recognized. We have a professional staff and professional contract operators that are experts in dealing with this material. So, and this is a business line that we used to be in the past. So we, if council so desires, yeah, it would be based on our recommendation that this is one project that we would suggest that is worthwhile to proceed with.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. In terms of risks going forward, I see the revenue identified under 835. What's the risk of additional environmental regulations which could incur additional costs going forward? Are there some on the horizon? Are there some things which could affect the surplus of revenues over costs in terms of managing this type of an operation?
There's nothing, in terms of our current operations and the regulatory environment associated with that, this really doesn't create any additional risk that we're not already exposed to in terms of that operation.
Okay. And 10% of the revenues would come back to the city of Lethbridge. What happens with the other 90%?
And that stays with to defray the costs of operation, stays with the actual landfill processing expense and those line items in our budget.
Do we have a micro aspect? Maybe I'm getting too deep, but the revenues exceed the costs.
At the current operation, as described, I think in our September forecast, suggests that we are running a surplus for the landfill business itself. I believe that's to be the case. It's a modest surplus. It's a function of the expenses associated with that operation, but it's also a function of our waste diversion strategy, and specifically a decision of council to increase tipping fees as an inducement to encourage, in particular, the ICI sector to divert materials away from the landfill and only send us true waste, just municipal or solid waste that as opposed to recyclable materials or materials that could otherwise find different markets. So it is there's a couple different elements at play right now that are leading to the modest surplus associated with the operation. On the diversion side, the increased tipping fees and that revenue are invested in providing the ICI sector, in particular, waste diversion opportunities. So we accept source separated concrete and shingles and drywall and hazardous materials and make sure that there are end markets for processing those waste separately and keeping it out of the actual cells themselves.
Thank you. My final question, if I might, the philosophy behind this charge or opportunity is that we would recycle in our own area, where we would part at a higher rate, and we would serve the city and the region that we serve. We're not, our rates aren't going to be designed such that we would try to attract waste, contaminated soil, if you like, from areas beyond the region that we traditionally serve. This is simply doing our due diligence in terms of processing waste generated in our city and in the region.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for answering all the questions. I'll follow up on Councillor Parker about being an expert at listening to experts. We have two options in front of us. One is slightly more aggressive. I think it's an extra $50,000 in revenue a year, but it will accelerate the need for expansion and new investment in the landfill. Which option is the recommended option from your group?
We would support either or recommend either equally at this particular point. I think the one thing, council needs to be cognizant of is there is limited existing capacity today to turn this business on right away for the next couple of years, and it does. In order to continue in this business beyond the current budget, beyond 2022, it does require a future CIP investment, and council just needs to be aware that that'll be something for consideration. If that doesn't get approved in the next CIP for whatever reason, this is just a business line that we would turn off again, and we would cease accepting contaminated soils beyond this budget.
Thank you for that. Do you have a guesstimate on what that CIP investment would look like in a couple of years?
I believe. Sorry, let me just ask that question of my staff, because I think they do have a preliminary estimate of what the CIP cost would be.
Okay, while we wait for that, if I can ask another question then. Are there any alternatives to just burying contaminated soil? Is it reclaimable, or is it just so cost prohibitive?
Generally speaking, it is a separate operation where you deal, in particular in terms of hydrocarbons. There's a treatment aspect, of turning aspect to reduce the volatility, but ultimately this material doesn't have a whole lot of recyclable value, and so ultimately just gets stabilized and then landfilled.
Okay, thank you for that. I can wait for the answer on the CIP
Actually,
question.
I have that answer. The preliminary estimate is for a full cell contaminated soil investment is $700,000.
So even at that, under either option, going forward, if we did have to make that investment in future, it looks like this business would pay for that investment in 2 years, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And further to that, Mr. Hawkins, the CIP ask would not be from MRSR or taxation or anything. It would be from your own reserves.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions on A35? I see none. I will open the floor for debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will be supporting this option. I was toying between either, so I'm glad we had Mr. Hawkins here to answer the questions. I think it's offering a new service, not a new service. It's restarting a service to our customers. We know that there is some demand in our neighborhood, in our region for this. It is a revenue generation, which would be a benefit to the citizens of Lethbridge, so I will be in support. Thank you.
Mayor Spearman.
There's no cost to doing this. There's a financial benefit to it initially until the CIP. And it would appear that we're accepting our environmental responsibility by accepting contaminated soils that are generated in the city and the region. So that is why I will support this resolution.
Any more debate? I will call the question by roll call, please. On A35.
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
In favor?
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed?
Carried 6-3.
Finance Committee, are there any movers for A36 through A41, which represent the remainder of the medium goldenrods? I'll give you a minute to look.
Deputy Mayor, without moving them, is there any ability or desire to have questions on them before they get moved? I moved the first four to get some questions answered and some discussion going, but if we don't have to move them to ask questions about them, that may speed up the process.
Yeah, I guess I allowed that earlier this week, so I'm pretty much set the precedent, haven't I? Go ahead.
Thank you. I do have a question on 36.
Go ahead.
Through you to city manager or designate. This reduction in the percentage, I guess it is, the maximum percentage of of materials. The surcharge threshold is what I guess what it's called. Was this in our waste diversion strategy, or is this a more aggressive target?
The current strategy and the current practice at the regional landfill right now is a 25% surge or 25% contamination rate before you apply the actual surcharge itself. It does contemplate, as industry, in particular the ICI sector and the waste haulers become more diligent in terms of waste diversion, that we would at some point move to a 10% contamination level as the surcharge threshold. I think our current, this is a more aggressive, I think our timeline was still a couple of years out before we would move in that direction, because we just implemented these surcharges this year.
Okay, so this is more aggressive than council had approved, correct?
That's correct. And we if you're going to ask me whether we support this, I think this is, while it's on the table, it is not something the administration would advise council of approving at this particular point. I think we're very early on in terms of our current ICI waste diversion strategy and the current practices in terms of inspecting loads and the 25% level today. So for this budget cycle, it's our recommendation that we stick to our current practice.
Excellent. Thank you for the answer on that. And I had questions on some of these, many of these that impact our current customers. And I was wondering, this one and several of the others, have we had any time to discuss this with our stakeholders, with our customers, with our partners?
You're speaking specifically to waste and recycling, those operations, or just generally to any of the goldenrod sheets?
Thanks, Doug, or Mr. Hawkins. I was speaking mostly at this point, I guess, to the waste and recycling options in front of us, but I guess any of these initiatives that would impact our ratepayers, our customers, our partners, stakeholders. We had a chance to chat with them.
Aside from the fact that they've been identified and in this document, and this document was published a couple of weeks ago, that's the extent of any direct engagement with the community about the future implications of some of these reduction initiatives. So not any direct dialogue at this point with the, say, waste haulers or the ICI, big ICI generators or those kinds of things at this stage, no.
Okay, thank you, because I was surprised that I hadn't heard much about these, because I know the folks that they would impact, but I guess maybe if we haven't even had the discussion with them, they may not have even known they were on the table, so thank you.
Councillor Kaufman. Councillor Kaufman?
I can't. Yeah, one second. Oh,
Sorry.
There we go. Okay, sorry, I had multiple screens open and I couldn't highlight my microphone. Was my microphone hot there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, wasn't as bad as Councillor Carlson yesterday. I do have a number of questions. 836. Mr. Hawkins. Sorry, I need to go back to the screen now and open it up. Are we having general compliance at the 25%? Are haulers generally doing less than the 25%?
Actually, we're getting very good compliance. I'd have to check with Mr. Sanchez on exactly what kind of surcharging is in fact occurring, but for the most part, we are getting very good compliance in terms of the current thresholds for designated materials.
Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you. Can we, again, practical examples, recognizing variables, but what sort of, I'll accept a percentage here, but what sort of cost increase would the hauler or end user be looking at from going from 25% to 10?
Well, again, if there's full compliance and there's no designated materials in a mixed solid waste load, there's no surcharge. So there's no no impact for full compliance at all, because the surcharging is only applied at $50 a ton in the event they're exceeding that 25% threshold today.
Okay, excellent. And so the 90-day difference between us putting our hand up if we approve this would give an opportunity for the haulers to communicate with their customers as well.
That's correct. I just
Okay.
got a text from Mr. Sanchez. Surcharges are currently applied to less than 20% of the load. So we're getting better than 80% compliance right now.
Okay, no, that's good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Appreciate you watching. Policy consequence on this. Is there some potential danger then within that 20% perhaps of dumping elsewhere, or?
The risk, of course, in using a financial penalty to try to encourage compliance is that people will behave badly, and illegal dumping could be an issue else in the community, those kinds of things. But that's why we'd be concerned about moving to a more aggressive surcharging threshold at this particular time, as we currently are in early days with our ICI strategy.
Okay, thank you. If I can, Deputy Mayor, move on to 3738 in combination. In terms of questions. Okay, thank you. Mr. Hawkins, can you explain what is happening here? What are we reducing?
So today, so this is just a cost avoidance strategy at this particular point for 830. We're talking 837 and 838, Councillor Kaufman?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
So today, for those designated materials that people are bringing to us, they're source separated, things like concrete, asphalt, shingles, white wood, those kinds of materials. That's what this speaks to. And we have annual budgets to actually process that material and get it to end markets as opposed to putting it into the landfill itself. All of what A37 or A38 does is stop processing for the next couple of years and stockpile those materials, because we do have some capacity on site to actually accept the materials and not incur the processing costs for the sort of the near term. But the reality is, at some point, you'll run out of space to stockpile all this material, and there will be a future cost associated with processing and removing it from our site to end markets. So that just on the big difference between 30,000 versus 330,000 was just in the context of the overall waste and recycling budgets and the way they were managing where those 5% and 10% reductions were. This 837 was just a modest stockpiling effort as compared to a more aggressive effort in 838 in the context of an overall departmental 10% reduction in costs.
Okay, so there are elements, I think what was maybe perhaps confusing to this is this is
Kaufman,
more,
Councillor
yes,
Kaufman,
sorry.
Can I
Yes.
interrupt just for a second? So we're having questions now to get clarity on these issues to decide if you want to move their acceptance. For us to have a fulsome question of every initiative without a motion, I think would be out of process.
Oh, very well, Mr. Chair. I will step out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Quick answers. 3738 are deferrals. I think you said it's going to cost us at some point. This is just a deferral. Is that the same with 4041?
Yes, yeah, on the water and wastewater utilities, exactly the same. It's this is about in the short term reducing preventive maintenance and life cycle activities associated with the two plants. That in the short term that just creates some pressure in terms of more corrective maintenance, and it potentially can shorten the useful life of various equipment at the plants, and ultimately at some point down the road we're going to be faced with budget pressures to actually undertake the work and potentially.
So So these were put in place to try and achieve some targets that council had set, but eventually they would end up costing at least the same, if not more, down the line, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Are there any, Deputy Mayor, are there any of these, through you to the city manager or designate, any of these that we're discussing that are recommended by the department?
Is that a question for me?
Sure.
Please go ahead.
No, it would be in the context of current rate, the current rate pressure or lack thereof, and the current operations, aside from the one that you just approved, 835, it would not be administration's recommendation that we proceed with any of the other ones. Again, because of either of a deferment of a future cost, which is and or a significant service level impact in the short term. So no, we would not be recommending proceeding with these.
Thank you.
At this time.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
That brings us to back to the question of does anyone want to move 836 through 841? I see none. They will not be considered.
Sorry, it's Joe here.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move A38.
Sorry, you'd like to move 838? Thank you. Outside of 838, are there any of the other initiatives, 836, 39, 40, 41, that have movers? I see none. Then I will say we will not consider 36, 39, 40, or 41. Do I have a seconder for 838, option 2?
I will to get it on the table.
Yes, Councillor Kaufman.
Kaufman, thank you. 838, option 2. Questions? Councillor Morrow?
Oh, sorry, I don't have questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? Oh, Councillor Kaufman, go ahead.
Actually, no, you know what? I think Mr. Hawkins answered them all when I wasn't supposed to be asking them. So I'm good, thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just, I guess, to follow up my previous question to Mr. Hawkins, if I can. This will save, I'm just trying to quickly look here, $300,000 a year in the waste and recycling budget, correct?
Yeah, specifically to the operation of the landfill. That's correct.
Right. We've got some experience processing these. I see that the cost here that's been budgeted stays flat for 2 years. Does the cost, in our experience, has the cost for processing these increased at all, or does it decrease? Is it getting cheaper to do over time, or is it getting more expensive to do over time?
It would be hard for me to actually say what the future impact is. Arguably, typically delaying costs, current costs to the future comes with some kind of inflationary pressure. So there would be a modest increase to deal with this in the future. But it would be hard for me to predict what that is at this point.
Okay, but regardless, this is just putting off now to make future councils and future taxpayers, ratepayers pay for it. Is that what I'm getting from this?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Hawkins, glass is on the list. Is that glass, or is that special glass? Because I know that we don't process glass through our MRF.
This is just glass that's received at the depots, the recycling depots today that we stockpile and process as well separately. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. In terms of revenue stream on this, these are materials that I am assuming that we're sourcing for other end users.
Right.
You've got the $30,000 on there, with involved from taxation. Is there any revenue stream on the outsourcing of this, on the outside of this?
Typically not. Typically the end disposal of this product comes with a processing cost, but which guarantees that it gets diverted. But the net expenses associated with this are reflected on this sheet here. There's always a net cost incurred to actually divert this material and get it to another market.
Oh, thank you. So, okay, so it's the language around this I'm struggling with. If we're diverting it to another market and it has no cost, we're not able to commodify this. Are the other markets recycling or reusing this?
Oh, they are. We do not. This processing happens through contract services. We contract for the grinding process, the shredding, whatever is necessary to actually make it usable for somebody else. And there's assurances provided, guarantees provided by those contractors, those processors, that this material will not end up in somebody else's landfill.
I think I understand what you're doing. We're going to incur the cost for preparation of the materials on the guarantee from someone else that they're not landfilling it. Like we're trying to, the ultimate goal is to not bury any of this stuff.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay, so is there a risk to commodifying it? I'm wading somewhat into operations, but there's a policy implication or consequence here as well in terms of how we are disposing of material. Because this is still disposal of this material. But you're saying the risk of commodifying it means that we may lose access to markets. Am I putting words in your mouth?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by commodifying this.
Well, there's obviously there's end user value to this. If we're processing all this and we're sending it off to somebody else is finding value in it and able to commodify it themselves. They're obviously not just accepting it from us and passing it on to somebody else for free.
That's correct.
So So glass, I think you said in the past, glass can be used in asphalt or paving or something, correct?
Or subgrade material.
Subgrade material. So somebody is actually collecting it for free from us and then commodifying it and using it as part of their cost on product to another end user. Hopefully not the city of Lethbridge. So it's the question of, is there commodification of this? Is there not a revenue stream attached to this?
Well, there is, and typically what we do is that's factored into the price that competitive prices we receive from the processor. So it helps reduce the unit cost to us to actually have it processed and removed from the site and diverted to another end market.
So we charge for it or we don't charge for it? Because I heard you say originally we don't charge for this.
We do not. This is a cost center. So take as an example, waste diverted concrete. There is an end market in the construction industry for that product, but the cost to actually get it to a usable form exceeds what that return is at the end market. So this reflects that fact, and so we try to secure a competitive processor that's factored in what he's ultimately doing with the processed material, but clearly reflects the fact that the end use value is less than the cost to make it usable. For us, the real benefit is from an environmental perspective and ensuring that it doesn't end up in one of our waste cells and take up valuable space for actual mixed solid waste.
Thank you very much. The light bulb went on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further questions? There are no other questions. The mover wants to open debate.
I'll say for closed.
Thank you. Any debate on this? I see Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I won't be supporting this initiative at this time. It is just cost avoidance for today, but it will put a greater cost on future councils, future ratepayers, future citizens of the community. So I won't be supporting this at this time.
Further debate? I see none. Councillor Moore to close.
Yeah, I actually see it a little bit opposite. I see this as an opportunity to, as we heard, and unless I'm missing it, there's space to stockpile this. And I see that if we continue to stockpile and at a certain time when we reach capacity, at that point, I think that there may not be the future costs that we are contemplating today, because nobody knows what the future is, and I'm anticipating and believe that things will be getting better and that there will be a commodity, as Councillor Kaufman was talking about, where this might in the end be better for us and for the community. So I urge Council to support this.
Question's been called by roll call, please.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor?
Councillor Parker.
Opposed?
Acting Mayor Higgin.
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Lost 6-3.
Moving on, Finance Committee, we're into the high impact. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. I'd like to do these, just run through them really quickly individually because they are higher impact. Looking for movers. A42, reducing services at recycling depots. Do I have a mover for A42? I see none. A42 will not be considered. A43, yard waste sites operational changes. Do I have a mover for A43? I see none. A43 will not be considered. A44. I will move A44, that Finance Committee approves A44 and makes a recommendation to City Council. Do I have a second?
Carlson.
Councillor Carlson, thank you. Questions? Are there any questions on A44? Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I can't open the one screen and my microphone at the same time. So,
is that like walking and chewing gum? Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Maybe. Mr. Hawkins, what is the cost increase then to a suite dweller? It's the regular. It becomes the regular utility rate, correct?
That's correct. So, today, typically a monthly bill for all of those waste collection services is around $26 per month.
Thank you. How is your department determining what's a suite, who's in a suite?
So it is usually for suites today, unless there is typically a water meter that triggers the fact that there is in fact a separate account, we would have to going forward, it would be a case of identifying legal suites associated with new builds, new development, and this is the revenue opportunity associated with those.
Thank you. This is going to assume that a suite exists and is occupied. Otherwise, the homeowner carries the cost on two.
That's correct.
Thank you. And just how do you come up with the 183,000 then? What ballpark are you using for suites?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Customer count.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. I had actually I'm trying to quickly do the math of dividing 183 by $26 to try and get that number, but I'm sure Mr. Hawkins will get it much quicker than I can do on my scratch pad. Question I had on this is current and legal suites that we're talking about, correct?
It's legal suites, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. What was the reasoning for not charging a legal suite as a utility customer in the first place?
Actually, I'm not. It's easier for the most part. It's just a question of the effort to actually identify where these are. Typically, legal suites are all they're a function of a single property, and we have just assumed that a single, regardless of whether there's a separate occupancy in a basement or a part of a legal suite, that a single family resident is just that, and we'd only be charged on a single customer basis. That's been the practice.
I get that, but they are acting like a multiple customer if they order extra bins, correct?
That's correct. And
so they are. Oh, sorry.
So they are incurring additional services from us and not being under the current model being charged for those services.
All right. Thank you for that. Question, Deputy Mayor, and I'm not sure who to ask this to.
Throw it out there.
I'll throw it. Thank you. I believe it was yourself, Councillor Crowson, and perhaps Mayor Spearman, who were part of our housing task force. Are there any consequences because I know that we're trying to make housing more affordable. Are there any negative consequences in doing this?
Other than people have to pay the utility fee. Councillor Crowson, Councillor Acting Mayor Hagan, Mayor Spearman, did you have any thoughts on whether that would affect affordability of housing?
I actually think it will have the added problem of making people go to illegal secondary suites. Because again, people will find workarounds, so that's one of the concerns I was going to be asking about.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just appreciate any thoughts from that, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I wanted to delve into why this is high impact. So from your perspective, the department has labeled this as high impact. Can you give me their understanding of why they chose it as high impact?
I think part of the affordability question comes into it. I guess the matter of assuming just because there's an additional occupant in a single-family home is in fact, and deciding to recognize that it is a multifamily situation is a significant change from our current practice. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. So currently, if I could ask, do we have for these legal suites, they have their own black and blue bin? And if not, would they be getting a black and blue bin if this was to be approved?
That's correct.
So currently they're just using the other suites black and blue bin, I take it?
They are, and but even in current instances, the homeowner, the primary owner of the property, is actually paying for an additional cart, and there is an upcharge associated with doubling up on the carts, and that's the way in which they're provided additional capacity. But doesn't recover the full costs of the service.
So one final question then. So has there been complaints from the homeowner that is renting out this legal suite of capacity issues, and that we should be going to this direction of charging?
No, this is just the administration looking at another revenue opportunity in the context of what was asked of us to try to cover expenses. There's not a community pressure for us to do this at all.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think you've kind of touched on it with your response to Councillor Hagan, or Acting Mayor Hagan, Mr. Hawkins, that the difference between, say, me and my neighbor, if my neighbor has a suite, what you would be basically generating is revenue from two, sort of separate residences, correct? You'd have two blue carts, two black carts, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Whereas if I wanted a second black cart or a second blue cart, I could get one, but at just a reduced increase, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so is the issue then the idea of multiple carts? If somebody wants a second cart, should it not be applied somewhat equitably across the community? That if our idea is if somebody wants a second blue bin, I provide them with 14 of them free of charge, to be quite honest. But if somebody wants a second black bin, if our priority, if our policy is to divert waste, should there not be perhaps a greater cost to having multiple bins, as opposed to attempting to navigate a suite system that may be vacant, may not be vacant, which then doubles the cost for the homeowner versus somebody who's just got two carts?
Those are all fair observations, Councillor Kaufman.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Actually, if I may, Mr. Chair, just in terms of a potential customer count that arrived at this potential revenue opportunity, the estimated count is 830 units across the community.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins.
My math was off. I had 780. So thank you. Councillor Kaufman posed some questions that kind of intrigued me about furthering our waste reduction strategy. So I don't think I have a question now. Thank you.
Those are the questions I like the best, when people just answer them themselves.
Sorry.
Very much appreciate that. Thank you. I see no further questions. Is there any debate on A44? I see none. I will ask for the vote by roll call, please.
I believe Councillor Croson has her hand up.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, Councillor Croson.
That's okay.
Way over on the other side.
I won't be supporting this. I understand where it came from, and I think there is some good merit behind it, but I do think there could be more thought into it as to how it will affect moving to more legal secondary suites, encouraging people to move into that area, how it will affect, getting the recycling done that we need to get done. So while I think there is merit, I cannot support it at this time, but I would like to encourage staff to look more into some of the issues that have been raised, and hopefully we'll see something back at another time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I really appreciate you bringing this one forward. I started off supporting this from what I understood it to mean, and then I flipped back to not supporting it. And similar to what Councillor Croson just said, I was intrigued by Councillor Kaufman's thoughts about doing a different type of implementation of this. So I'm hoping that our administration, if this fails, which I'm now hoping it will, I hope our administration will look at some of the thoughts and ideas about using a strategy to increase our waste diversion. So I won't be supporting this at this time, but I do hope that this has spurred some thoughts about something else coming in front of council in future. So thank you.
Okay, further debate? I see none. We'll call for the vote by roll call, please.
Counselor Parker,
Opposed?
Acting Mayor Hagan,
Opposed?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro,
Opposed?
Mayor Spearman,
Opposed?
Counselor Campbell,
Opposed?
Counselor Carlson,
Opposed?
Counselor Kaufman,
Opposed.
Counselor Croson,
Opposed.
Counselor Morrow.
Favor?
Lost 8-1.
You. We have 4 left on our high list. Do I have a mover for 845? Reduce free Saturday disposals. Counselor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If I can have a question on A46 before deciding whether to move it or not, because I tried to work through the numbers. If you allow that, sorry, I didn't hear.
Right, I'm just waiting to see if we have a mover for 845.
Oh, sorry, I'll
That's okay.
shut up for a second.
The last 4, I'm just gonna go through individually because there's only 4 left and they might need some discussion or not.
Okay.
Do I have a mover for
Thank you.
845? There being none, we will not consider 845. 846, Councillor Carlson has a question.
Thank you. If you don't mind, through you to the city manager or designate, I'm assuming it's going to be Mr. Hawkins on cell phone with Mr. Sanchez. The question I had, I couldn't figure out the background around the recent surveys and studies. Can someone walk me through how many of our residents, because I don't think it should be a survey. I think we should know, we should have the facts and figures of how many residents are using this program. This is the large item service. So can someone talk me through how many individual residences in our community actually use this service annually? And further to that, how many use it more than once a year?
If you can give me a couple secs, Mr. Sanchez is going to, we do track exactly what the usage is. It's not strictly survey. Survey is probably an inaccurate term in terms of what we do in terms of tracking the actual use. This is a subscription program. You have to book the service in order to take advantage of it either once or twice a year, depending on your needs. I haven't got the exact count, the total count in front of me here just yet. But the one, I think Mr. Sanchez has identified that about 20% of the total number of users on an annual basis take advantage of it more than 2 times a year as opposed to just once.
So basic, because that's what the math I was trying to do. So based on this, less than half of our residents use it.
Right.
And less than a fifth of those who do use it to this level.
That's correct.
So it may impact 8%, or it just may ask them to plan their use more appropriately to use it only once. So a question with this is completely eliminating the ability for the large item service for twice.
That's correct.
Per resident. Was there any thought to saying first time's free? After that, there's a surcharge?
We didn't look at it in that fashion. Today, large item service is included as part of your overall residential bill, so it is free today, either once or twice a year, depending on how often you choose to use it, because it's included in those monthly utility charges today. So we didn't look at actually going to a fee for service. Even though you're right, that was one of the suggestions in our operational review that we've yet to fully explore in terms of the KPMG recommendations.
If this initiative doesn't get discussed or brought forward today, because I'm now remembering, you're right, it was in one of the thoughts of KPMG. Will this be maybe relooked at and brought back to council? I know that this is a service very valued by the less than half of our community that uses it. I didn't realize there was only 8% using it more than once. I've used it once in 15 years. If this isn't discussed or passed, will it be coming back at a future time to say there is a more cost-effective way, since we are doing those KPMG reviews?
That we can absolutely do that. So just to give you a total number sense, on an annual basis, 2,400 requests are made for large item service on an annual basis right now. That just give you a sense of the magnitude of the program. It is, as you've mentioned, Councillor Carlson, it is an alternative to what we used to do in terms of spring cleanup. It's an opportunity through a subscription basis for folks to dispose of large items, fridges, stoves, for old furniture, those kinds of things.
Can I stop right here?
Okay.
Thank you. We're just describe this whole initiative without having a motion. And they're asking
Motion
pretty
to
in-depth
accept,
questions about implementation. Does someone want to move this so we can have a further discussion and debate? Or should we just ask questions
So
about
moved.
the remaining 5? Councillor Kaufman?
So moved, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you very much.
Seconded.
Second by Councillor Carlson. Thank you. Continue with your question, Councillor Carlson.
I think I'd finished my questions.
Of course you are. Thank you very much. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you. I held my questions until it was made a motion, so I'm listening to the chair.
Oh.
Brown nosing.
Thank you. Well, trying to get my points in before the end of the debates. Mr. Hawkins, thank you for the information. Just sort of for clarification then, if 20% are using it, we're looking at about 2,800 households, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And this is to make it once a year. So we all have the opportunity to use it once a year. And you have not yet explored a surcharge for multiple uses based on the KPMG report.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So okay, perfect. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Kaufman. Mr. Hawkins, is this 40% of residents or 40% of households would use this?
These are residential customers as we so
We have
35,000 individual residential customer accounts, give or take.
So 35,000 customers, 40% is 12,000, 13,000? If it's 16,000, I can't even count anymore. 14,000. Thank you. Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins, you just said there's 35,000 households, and I heard you earlier say that this is already paid for in our utility bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So everybody right now, all of these 35,000 households are paying a little bit of money to have this free service twice a year.
That's correct.
Correct?
That's correct.
You're proposing that we go to one time a year, and that'll save $184,000. Is that correct?
If we, the opportunity here, because this is not a recommendation of the staff, but the opportunity is if we, based on current usage and the current costs of the service, to eliminate the second pickup to those customers that are taking advantage of it just to once per year would reduce expenses by just under $185,000. That's correct.
Okay, so where does that $185,000 go?
It stays, it's part of the waste collection budget. And so it would this is an expense reduction, so you're right. Alternatively, the waste, the fee still gets collected from unless we make an adjustment to the monthly bill, any surplus associated with this stays with the utility.
Okay, so I'm just doing the math. I took $184,000. I divided it by 35,000 households, which is a little more than $5. So therefore, if we're cutting this service by half, why would not each individual household, the 35,000 that are paying for this, their service is being cut in half? Why would they not show then a $2.50 reduction in their fee?
Yeah, it actually equates, based on a rate reduction, to 38 cents a month. That's the specific cost of this service as it's currently included in the monthly service. So this reduction could result in a 37-cent per month reduction to the utility bill.
Okay, can you explain? So my math is totally wrong when you're telling me if we're saving 184,000 and there's 35,000 households that are paying, how do you arrive at 37 cents?
I think the math is the same. Joe's is for a year. Mr. Hawkins was for a month.
Per month, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, per month. Okay.
Yeah, so the monthly savings, as we've calculated, would be 37 cents a month if this were to be approved.
So the people that are paying it, the 35,000 households that are paying for this service currently, would then see a reduction in their fee.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, my question was asked and answered.
Thank you. Councillor Morrow, are you still up? No. Thank you. Does the mover want to open debate? Councillor Kaufman?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any debate from Finance Committee? Councillor Carlson?
Thanks. I'll debate quickly. I wanted to explore this initiative because of all my friends and family and neighbors in the community, hardly any of them ever access this service, but they are paying for it. I keep saying, well, it's there if you ever need it. And of the few that do access it, they only access it once a year. But seeing the numbers and the minimal impact at the moment, I'm not willing to support this at its present incarnation. But I would ask that administration hear the thoughts about the additional time or times a year that residents may wish to access this program, and maybe come back to council with a reduction overall, because I'd like to save everyone on their utility bills this 37 cents, but have the ability for people to access the program more, but on a cost recovery user pay system. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman?
Just wondering if the seconder of this would like to make an amendment then to the motion to ask for that.
I was contemplating a referral back to administration to contemplate the discussion that council was having about a user pay system for the second service. Is that what Councillor Kaufman, you were thinking?
Yes, we might as well put it right in the motion so that the city manager knows what it is that we're looking at, and then we can put a timeline on it as well. And Mr. Hawkins and his people then know when they could return to council with a presentation.
I'd be supportive of something like that. I haven't written anything out, and I don't want to just waste everyone's time. Should we?
You. Can I have the amendment that you're suggesting?
And that's why I was about to say my suggestion would be that we table this to later in the meeting, and perhaps some wording can be provided at that point.
You'd like to postpone this till the end of after 8:48?
yes, tabled to then, I think is the correct term.
Certainly. We'll table that till after 8:48, and let's take a break right now till 11, and then that'll give you a chance to get your wording together.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
But we're certainly happy to receive that. Alternatively, we can simply work that into our response to the KPMG recommendations.
That would be preferable to me. I think administration has heard our thoughts and concerns or interest, and I think they could take that away without a formal motion, but I think Councillor Kaufman may have wanted a formal motion.
Hearing the advice of the city manager, if that's going to be followed through upon, then absolutely, I'm fine with that as well. So,
thank you. We'll not table. We'll bring it back to the vote. Is there a close?
Question.
I'm going to call the question by roll call, please, for A46.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed?
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed?
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed?
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor?
And Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
It's lost 7-2.
Thank you, Finance Committee. We'll adjust 8:47, 8:48 after a break. We'll come back at 11. Thank you. We're in recess. Come on to recess, please. Finance Committee, great job this morning. Next up, there's two more left in the goldenrods under consideration, A47 and A48. Questions on either one of these that pertain to whether or not you want to move them? Councillor Carlson, do you have anything? Just checking. If there's no one to move A47, that is not for consideration. A48, reduction of waste and recycling center opening hours. Questions for manager? None. A mover for A48? There is none. That is not under consideration, A48. Our next item, one second. Sorry, my computer just turned off. All right, next item under consideration is we have a motion, A120 for corporate advertising. Or sorry, 820. I will move that Finance Committee postpone and forward reduction initiative 820 corporate advertising to the November 30th meeting of council to be dealt with after the respective bylaw on the agenda. Do I have a second? Mayor Spearman. Any questions? I see no questions. Is there any debate? I see none. Is there any opposition to moving motion, to sending motion 20 as it stands? I see none. That motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda, or sorry, the next item is airport budget approval. I will move that 2021 and 2022 airport budget approval, that the Finance Committee recommend the council approve the Lethbridge Airport budget for the operating years 2021 and 2022 as provided in the attachment. Do I have a second?
Carlson.
Councillor Carlson. Do we have questions?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, can you?
Which one? Councillor Kaufman.
Sorry, which one? I was turning pages and missed which one you were saying.
Jeffrey, this is the airport budget we're discussing.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. So there are questions.
And just for, in case council is quickly trying to grab it, it's actually it's not in the main attachment. It's in our agenda, item 4.18. It was attached there.
That's correct. It's also...
Because I can't open it for some reason right now.
And I'm unable to open mine at the moment too.
Yeah, there's something going on that's what I was trying to access it for everyone. But
is it possible to get the airport budget up on one of our screens? I know there's a summary on page 161 of the binder. Might not. It doesn't have a lot of detail. Sorry, just a moment, please.
Deputy Mayor, if I can just ask.
Go ahead.
I'm unable to open it from our agenda for some reason. Have I done something wrong, or do I need to reload? Is anyone else having issues?
I think it was attached to the agenda.
It
yes,
was.
I'm having issues as well.
Thank you. I can't open it. I know it is attached to the agenda, but it just keeps saying item not found, item not found, item not found.
Okay. Mr. Westerson, can you make that a little bit bigger, if possible? I'm not sure how the people at home can. All right.
Guys, can you help me? Can you help me out? Like the agenda is where?
Oh, the city clerk said she's gonna resend it to everybody. Just give us a minute.
Yeah, and Joe, I'm referring to our finance committee Monday to Friday. It was an omnibus agenda, but
Yeah, I
for
know, but
some-
I don't have access to multiple screens like you
Right.
guys do. So I'm trying to find it on my phone.
No, well, it's not opening anyway, so you're
Okay.
you're not going to have much luck.
Okay, thanks.
It's, yeah, 4.18 on the agenda. City treasurer?
Ms. Hilford, I just sent it to both you and Mr. Westerson as the.
It's up on the screen, and as well, I just forwarded it out to council.
Thank you.
You.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We'll give you a minute. All right, are there questions on the motion to approve the airport budget? Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Has there been, city manager designate, has there been a reconsideration at all in terms of revenue generation based on COVID and post-COVID in 21 and 22?
Deputy Mayor Sherrill through to Councillor Kaufman. This is based on some projections. Obviously, there's lots of uncertainty in this department for the next several years as the economy starts to recover, and so these adjustments are assuming a slow recovery, and that it's going to take a few years to get there. If these estimates are off, the surplus would be transferred to the airport reserve, and so there's kind of minimal risk in terms of if additional revenues are achieved.
Thank you. In terms then of the airport reserve, do we have enough to cover additional shortfalls, or?
Councillor Kaufman, we do not, but during the last budget deliberations, N98 was airport governance and operations. The funding was earmarked as to be determined. It was $1 million per year in 2020, 2021, and 2022. And so as a result of the most grant funding, we've been able to, it would be our recommendation that funding be used to sustain the reserve for the next few years until things start to turn around.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Further questions? I see none. Oh, sorry, Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. I just want a question for the city treasurer. Has this also been adjusted according to the loss of one airline right now and down to just a single airline flying into Lethbridge? Has that also been considered throughout this for revenues and expenses?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? I see none. Debate? Councillor, Acting Mayor Hagan?
I just didn't lower my hand. I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman.
Sorry, I was buzzing in just on one further question, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Any of the renovations that are scheduled to be done are really not outward facing in terms of revenue generation or anything of that nature, correct? They're more structural, infrastructure based?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Carlson, you're in and out.
No, I haven't raised my hand at all.
Oh, thank you. There's no more debate. I will call the question by roll call, please, on the airport budget approval for 21 and 22.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
Favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Parker.
Favor?
And Acting Mayor Hagan.
In favor.
Carried 9-0.
All Finance Committee, we are at, where are we at, Ms. Pinkston? Is your mic on?
Sorry, pushed the wrong button. The average municipal portion of the taxes based on the decisions that were made this week by Finance Committee show 0% average over 2021 and 2022.
Great, thank you. So I'd like to ask the city clerk to now describe the process now that we've gone through, or go ahead, Ms. Pinkston.
I'm going to start having trouble now, I guess. So I just was looking for clarification on the 3 police initiatives from the last budget deliberations that had conditional funding in 2021 and 2022, and if that was going to be deliberated with Finance Committee.
It's in my understanding is that when we voted on the police item, that it was comprehensive of all the police initiatives, and that we were not going to direct the police how they need to do any reductions. We gave the police a number and we asked them to deal with it.
Yes, just that the resolution in the budget deliberations from the last budget cycle state that the additional funding in 2021 and 2022 be considered following a report by the Police Commission to Lethbridge City Council no later than December 1st of 2022 or 2020. So I'm just wondering how Finance Committee would like to address that.
Chairman?
Well, we could pass a clarifying resolution saying that we referred this to the police commission. That's up to.
I was under the understanding that the resolution for police funding reductions was comprehensive, all their initiatives in the book, the N's and the A's. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Ms. Pinkston, would you mind restating that resolution, please?
Further, it be resolved that additional funding of, and they're each individual resolutions for each individual initiative, so I'm not going to read the amounts, but they all say, further be it resolved that additional funding in 2021 and 2022 be considered following a report by Lethbridge Police Commission to Lethbridge City Council no later than December 1st, 2020. These are, for those 3 initiatives, the Watch, the PACT, and the CPOs, they show in the budget book currently, the initiative sheets show conditional in 2021 and 2022. That amount is in the base budget, so it would not change the results that are on the screen in terms of budget reductions. But it just would, I would just recommend that there be a resolution to carry on the funding as allocated or in those 3 initiatives. That would just be my recommendation for clarity.
Thank you.
I would make that motion, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Carlson. Acting Mayor Hagan, did you have a question before we address this?
Deputy Mayor, for clarification, we would like to get that motion exactly on the screen so everybody understands what it was, please. Thank you. So can the treasurer repeat it? Thank you. Okay.
Should we rewind the video?
I would just say that the funding for 2021 and 2022 related to
N38, N39, and 40. Is that right?
be approved. I would just add the year 2019 to 2022 just after the initiatives, just so it doesn't get confused with the current year's A's. Yeah.
Can I have clarification though? You said it's already in their base budget?
It is in the base budget. It is not in the police budget.
So, so us funding this, so for the other resolution doesn't cover this because you need direction that they get funding for these 3 specific things. Oh, interesting.
It's just because if you look at the sheets, they specifically say conditional in those 2 years, and the resolution just asked for a follow-up. So this is just as a result of them coming back.
I'm not sure. So I just need to really clarify this because our motion from A50 to A66 looked at reducing the police service budget by $1 million for 2021, and they have to report back on the reduction strategy prior to February 28, 2021. So you're saying that doesn't include those other 3 initiatives?
So what this would look like in terms of a budget amendment for police is we would allocate the funding for those 3 initiatives to their budget, and they would have to reduce their total budget by $1 million.
That makes sense. So you're saying, so I just want really clarity because I had thought it was all encompassing in one thing. So you're saying that this one is saying add those, not add those, recognize that they're in the budget. We're not
Reallocate them to the police budget. Reallocate the funding to the police budget. It's currently not showing up in their police budget summary sheet in the document.
Doesn't affect this.
Does not affect that. It was already rolled into base, but council wanted some, in the last budget deliberations, council wanted some kind of discretion in terms of the last 2 years related to the funding of those initiatives, and so this was how it was structured. So this is to allocate the budget to the police budget, and then they would have to then reduce their total budget by $1 million.
Okay, so the motion by Councillor Kaufman, seconded by Councillor Carlson.
And I think we should have the amounts of those N initiatives up there, or is everybody aware of what they are? Or I just want to make sure everybody's clear on what's getting voted on. Is everybody clear?
Deputy Mayor, if I may, it's Joe. Are these in the white pages and what numbers? Because I'm starting to get confused here. I understand what we've just said now, but are these in the white pages?
So, Council Morrow, I sent an email with all of the police initiative sheets. These are the sheets in the operating budget, not the budget review binder. This is the N38, N39, and N40 in the 2019 to 2022 operating budget. But I believe Ms. Hilford sent the email to City Council. So there's the attachments, there's also the resolutions included. Based on the discussions, I just was looking for some clarification. Sorry if I'm making this more confusing.
I would just like to know where I can find what I'm voting on, and I can't find it anywhere.
Joe, I had the same thing. Do you have your 2019, 2023 operating budget? I've just found the sheets.
I'm at home. I don't.
Oh.
I'm looking through my emails, and
If you look at the order of business, there's the numbers, the amounts are in the order of business under the operating budget review.
Perhaps
if I can, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Morrow, in your white pages in front of you, they relate to A52, A55, and A66.
but the amounts are different.
The amounts are going to be different, but they relate to the three projects, so to speak, that council approved in 2018 budget deliberations. So they relate to the
A55.
Yes.
Continue.
A52 and A66. So you should have packed the CPOs and the watch. That's what this relates to. And the issue at the moment, is that council approved it for 2-year funding with conditional funding. So the treasurer put the conditional funding in the base budget, but currently it's in her pocket, metaphorically speaking, of course. And what we need to do is we need to move it from the treasurer's pocket into the chief's pocket, because the funding is there, but it's not been given to the police department.
Thank you for that. Have we discussed these though?
When we did our deliberations, we said, Police Commission, we're going to give you the envelope. You understand what is important to City Council. Make a decision what's best on the department, providing safety and security for the community, and come back and tell us at the end of, I think we amended that to February, as to what you're doing. So there was no specific conversation about these 3 initiatives. It's all part of the envelope we provide to the Police Commission, who will make the decision and come back to council.
Deputy Mayor, thank you for that. I have questions, but I see others were before me, so I'll hop out and follow the process. Thank you.
So here's the motion, and I'll read it. Should be on your screen. Moved by Councillor Kaufman, second by Councillor Carlson, that the funding for 2021 and 2022 related to N38 was 2021 is $1,404,000, 2022 is $1,444,500, and 39, which is the watch. 2021 is 761,802, 2022 is 768,202, and N40 2021 is 130,700, and 2022 134,000. From the 2019-2022 operating budget be approved. Questions? Acting Mayor Hagan.
So to confirm, if I do not vote in favor, this still sits as a resolution to come forward to council to still dispense these funds to the police and into their budget. And so that, am I understanding that correctly?
This is a referral from Finance Committee during budget deliberations as part of the package that goes to council for consideration.
Yes, I did see that, and I saw that we voted on those already to take to council. But if we do not approve this, that funding will still be there, correct?
the money is sitting in the base budget, as the treasurer said. That's correct.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
No, I was in for debate, not questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Morrow?
Yes, if possible, Deputy Mayor, I would respectfully ask that these three be voted on separately.
Certainly. You have a motion to divide?
I would like to make that motion to divide, please.
Certainly. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you. And if I have questions, may I continue?
We have a motion to divide.
Oh.
And a seconder. Hang on. Do we have to do any questions? We don't do questions. All right, we'll do a vote by roll call, please.
On a motion to divide the 3 N initiatives and have separate votes on each, Mayor Spearman?
In favor.
Councillor Campbell?
In favor.
Councillor Carlson?
In favor?
Councillor Kaufman?
In favor?
Councillor Croson?
In favor.
Councillor Morrow?
Favor?
Councillor Parker?
In favor?
Acting Mayor Higgin?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro?
Favor.
9-0 carried.
Very good. We will now address N38, the CPO budget. $1,404,000 in 2021 and $1,444,500 in 2022. Questions? Councillor Morrow?
Thank you. To the city treasurer, this amount is in our base budget and will not do anything to increase our taxes for the 2021 or 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's in our base budget, but not in the police budget.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I believe at the last report, and we've had many reports on these initiatives in front of council, which have been greatly appreciated. At the last report, I thought that the CPO's budget hadn't been fully expended. I believe they were having recruitment issues. Can someone remind me if that's correct?
I believe the CPO roster will be filled in 2021.
Was that money not, sorry, to just clarification, was that money not returned back to the city?
Councillor Higgin, we operate on a multi-year budget, and so that would be surpluses would be within the 4-year window. And so in that instance, there was a conversation about some additional expenditures that they were proposing to incur as a result of those savings.
Councillor Carl.
Further to that, if I could, Deputy Mayor.
I was still in questions,
Yeah,
but that's
Councillor
okay.
Carlson's still in the queue.
Oh, sorry,
think
it was
I can
for the
help
same
out.
thing.
Can you press your request to speak button, please? Councillor Carlson, are you still up?
I was just trying to get clarity on that. But I think that's what I recall, that they could only hire, I think it was 10 had been hired, 9 or 10.
Councillor
so
Carlson, part of the reason they were having trouble hiring was because our money was going to run out and it was difficult for them to get people who would confirm hiring. So part of it was that we had the 2-year window,
Right.
and that was part of their hiring difficulty.
Right, but I'm just saying that we fully funded this for 2 years already. And so I'm assuming there's quite a surplus in this initiative in their budget right now, correct? Or did they spend it on other things?
Councillor Carlson, I would refer you to the September operating forecast, and they summarize some of the surpluses that they've incurred and also some of the additional expenses.
Thank you. And does anyone recall, the last question on this? I think Deputy Mayor said they would fully complete this complement in 2021. I know COVID was causing some issues with all types of recruitment and training, etc. Is anyone on the police commission perhaps able to remind me? This will be fully utilized in 2021?
Based on the narrative, it says that they plan to be fully staffed by January of 2021.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just, we're taking the money that was allotted to these three initiatives and giving it into the police fund. Would it then be their discretion, because they've got this money in the envelope, that they could say, we will reduce some of these initiatives by a certain amount and then allocate some money to the other initiatives that they have? Is that at their discretion, or is this specifically has to be what this money is for?
Councillor Campbell, so the City Council approves the funding envelope in terms of how much is allocated to the police budget, and the Police Commission decides how the services are provided to the community.
So they could, after they get this bundle of money, they could say, we can't hire our full number of CPOs. That would be their discretion.
Based on the $1 million reduction that Finance Committee has approved,
right.
Yes, they
Okay.
could redistribute that throughout their programs.
Thank you.
If I may just clarify something else, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, when the 2020 tax bylaw was approved and there was the approximately $3 million reduction, police did contribute back to the organization $500,000 to reduce that budget on a one-time basis. So just wanted to highlight that. I'd forgotten about that. My apologies.
Great, thank you. Acting Mayor Hagan.
I am all right now.
Councillor Morrow.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. City Treasurer. So in 2019 and 2020, we council funded these positions on a, I don't know, interim basis or whatever it was. So this was outside of the entire police budget. Is that correct?
So the way the resolution was, Councillor Morrow, was that the funding was approved in the police budget in 2019 and 2022, but council wanted the police commission to come back and give an update before the decision was made if that funding would carry on in 2021 and 2022. And given the magnitude of the amount, we included it in base budget, but it is not currently in the police budget for their allocation or spending for 2021 and 2022.
I fully understand that. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, because we're talking, in my mind, two different things. We have a police budget, which council approves, and I agree, we can't tell them what to do. But with these three positions, my understanding is that we specifically dedicated X amount of dollars for each for these three initiatives. So my question is, will this continue to be the same? Will they still be initiatives for 2 more years? Or will they automatically become part of the police budget, and then they can choose to do what they want and not hire the 15 CPOs and whatever else is involved in these three initiatives?
Councillor Morrow, we provide City Council with some general understanding about what services the police are proposing to roll out should the funding be approved. At the end of the day, the Police Commission ultimately makes the decision based on the funding that council approves. So I can't really answer that question because it's not within, it would be within the police commission's control.
Okay, but maybe you can answer this. If we approve this, then the money automatically becomes part of their budget and they can do what they want with the money. They don't technically have to follow and fulfill council's wishes of these three initiatives. Is that correct?
Technically, that is correct, yes.
Okay, if I may, then my question to the two colleagues on the police commission. My understanding, because I think Councillor Carlson was on the same track that I was on, my understanding is that we had funded money for 15 CPOs, and they only hired 9, which therefore means there's a significant amount of money that should be a surplus. So my question is to you two members of the commission, is that in fact true, and are you aware of the surplus? And the other question to you two is that surplus, or should that surplus not be carried over to the amount that we are giving for 2021 and 2022?
Councilor Moore, the city treasurer addressed that a few minutes ago. Maybe, Ms. Pinkston, you could give that update from the forecast again?
I would refer.
I'd like to hear from the commission members, because they're the ones that are doing it. They're on the commission, and they're the ones that understand their financial situation and their budget. And I'd like to know if they could share their thoughts on what's going on in the police commission regarding these three initiatives.
Well, I'll just say that the information that's been provided to council in the September 30th forecast is accurate, which explains the variance. We all have that information. That information was forwarded from the Lethbridge Police Services accountant, which is shared by the commission. There was no objection to the information provided when police commission were here the other day. So we have no reason to think anything is inaccurate other than the information that council already has.
And to add to that, if I could, it is my understanding that just around $500,000 was left in surplus because of this, and that does still sit in the city's budget that can be allocated to this in the future. So that was returned, is from what I understand, and I would just need that to be confirmed, but that is my understanding.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much.
Councillor Higgin, the surplus from 2019 was for the police, which is in their budget, was allocated back to the city as part of the budget reduction initiative on a one-time basis that was approved to reduce the tax pressure of 1.82 in 2020.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
City clerk.
Just want to again clarify the motion on the screen. Should it read approve the reallocation from base to the police budget? At the end, it says be approved. Yeah, go ahead.
As the mover, Madam Clerk, I would appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Get that up there. Yeah, it would be reallocated from the city's base budget to the police commission. Is that correct?
Yeah, can I get the city treasurer to weigh in on that? Because that gets confusing. Because it's still in base budget.
It's accurate.
Is it? It's still in our base budget. We're not reallocating it from. Anyways, it's just confusing now.
City treasurer.
My apologies for making this more confusing. The three initiatives for 2021 and 2022 are not in the police budget currently, but we included it in the base budget because we did not want to incur additional future pressures related to should City Council approve these initiatives on an ongoing basis. So I think be reallocated from city's base budget to the police budget it is helpful to clarify that this is no longer conditional funding to the police, that this would be rolled into their budget and carry on.
So, the main motion reads that Finance Committee recommend the council approve the reallocation of funding for 2021 and 2022 related to N38, CPOs. 2021 is 1,404,000. 2022 is 1,444,500. From the city's base budget to the police budget. Everyone clear on that? Further questions on the motion? N38, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and pardon me while I switch screens again. Just one quick question. And hopefully the members of the commission can answer this, or the city treasurer. The original motion, we did approve, I think there was a chunk from the MRSR as well. I believe that was for equipment, I believe. That was all transferred out in 2019. And if I get a yes to that, that's what I'm waiting for, or a no to that. If it is a yes to that, members of the commission, was that money
I think the treasurer has an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson, that was allocated in 2019. It's still showing $149,885 as a commitment. I'm assuming that's related to because not all of the CPOs have been hired. So that still shows as a commitment coming from the MRS or on a one-time basis.
Thank you. I wanted to just ensure that those dollars were still available for that equipment, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on N38? Does the mover want to open debate? Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you for reminding me that I moved this. Do you know what? Let me just try to do it this way, and hopefully we all recognize and understand what's going on. I'll speak just to all of it, and then we can call the question on the three individuals. In 2018, City Council, as is our prerogative, said that there were some programs that the police department was putting forward that we really supported, we valued. And those three programs were the PACT, the Watch, and the CPOs. And we saw how each of these programs could really benefit the community and support the department in trying to meet its needs. In doing so, we allocated specific funds. We designated specific funds. The commission still had the right, obviously, to move the money around, but we made it very clear that we wanted to try these for 2 years. So when we put our hands up to approve the budget, the money was put in the 4-year base budget. We're at the end of the project cycle, and we've stated that we still value these projects. We still see the benefit that they can provide to the community. The money, however, is still going to the city side of the operation. And what we're trying to do here is reallocate it to the LPS. The difference is that we've not designated it specifically for these projects, but as I think we all indicated during our deliberations on the police budget and just providing them with an envelope, we all stated that we see the value in these programs, and we would, I think, strongly encourage the police commission to find ways of continuing them on. Ultimately, that will be their decision, but we still see the value in them. So this is a transfer from point A to point B. Again, it's part of a very intricate, and some might say complicated system, but it's a system that we work in. So I would ask members of Finance Committee to support each of these three recommendations.
Debate, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I too will just be speaking to the three as one rather than separately. And I encourage my colleagues to support this. I think our earlier decision around police budget funding, in my mind, had already included that we support these initiatives and we make sure they're fully funded. One thing I would like to say that I've truly appreciated since we approved the budget for 2019, 2020, and the next 2 years that we're dealing with now, is that we made some baby steps towards what I think Councillor Crowson has always pushed for. And I don't want to speak for you, Councillor Crowson, but I think you've always wanted better reporting, the annual plan and report to City Council from our commission. And when we conditionally funded these initiatives, it really triggered a lot of reporting back from the Commission and LPS on how these initiatives were being rolled out, the impact they were having, and even more importantly, in my mind, some of the changes that were being made as these programs rolled out. I have greatly appreciated the reporting back and the information that we've gleaned from that to Council, and it's done nothing but highlight the need for these programs in our community to continue. So I would ask for Council's support on these. I believe our earlier decision around the police budget would have been different if these aren't included. So I strongly encourage my colleagues to support these police initiatives.
Mayor Spearman.
I'll quickly say I agree with Councillor Carlson. The reports we've had on these three programs have been excellent, and it's given us good information and good data on the extent of some of the issues we have in our city. We asked for innovative programs. Those innovative programs were provided, and they're also more cost-effective than simply hiring full-time police officers. So I will be supporting each of these initiatives. Thank you.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
I am totally seeing this a different way, and if you'll bear with me, we've already cut the police budget by $1 million. We know that, or it is my understanding, that the first thing to go would be these programs prior to the armed police officers. If we were to keep this in the base budget, that is a way for us to still have these programs going forward. We have a reduction of $1 million to it has not been voted on as far as the budget, but the Finance Committee is recommending $1 million reduction. That would, in my understanding and what I've been told, would remove those particular departments, would be the first to go. So if this stays in our base budget, these initiatives will continue. We'll be able to provide the security and the safety for our community because the $1 million will not affect these positions. As a matter of fact, this will go into that initiative later in, I guess, beginning of next year. We'll be able to still have those CPOs, the watch and the PAC team will exist. And for that reason, I will not support this, and I would ask for the rest of my council to not support this resolution.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll be brief. I just think back to when we asked the Police Commission to come up with innovative ideas, and at the time, Police Chief Davis came forward with some incredible options. We asked him to implement them. He did. We asked him to report back. They did. And our latest chief, at his latest presentation, said these are working, and he wholeheartedly endorsed them and wanted them to continue. So I have every belief that this money will be used for these various the initiatives. So I will be supporting all of these as well.
Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. Actually, for the reasons that some of my colleagues have stated, the value of this particular program and that we need it and that it's important. For those same reasons, I'm going to oppose this because I totally agree with Councillor Higgin. The way I see it, and you have all stated it, once we turn over funding to the police budget, we cannot tell them where and how to spend it. You've all agreed that this project is very valuable and we need it. So therefore, if it's in the base budget, we've already planned for that. We know that this is a valuable initiative. Soon as we turn it over, I'm sorry, the police chief, and I'm not trying to, at all make it sound like I don't have faith and trust in the chief or the commission or anybody for that matter, but they got to put the money in where they believe it is best. And this could be one of the things that they might not hire the 15 that we've wanted. They might only hire 5 because they need money elsewhere. So I totally agree with Councillor Higgin. If we keep it in our base budget, it's there, the program continues, and we then can actually seriously say that we value this program and we have the money in our base budget. I'm concerned if we turn it over, that you guys, we can't say that anymore. And they're free to do what they want, and we all know that, and we all agree with that. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting the resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson, you've already contributed to debate.
I have a point. I need a point of clarification because I'm hearing some things that just aren't clear to me.
Right, but it's debate, so.
Yeah, but the debate is saying things that I don't understand. I need clarity. I'll put them, and you can rule whether I get a response or not.
Certainly, go ahead.
Thank you. The first clarity is we have a member of the police commission saying that if we turn this money over to the police, they're going to cut these programs. Is that the direction that the commission is planning on going? That's not what I heard.
That is they have not directed that, but in discussions, the first thing to go would not be your armed officers. It would be the other programs that are, I guess, for lack of better words, they would trim it that way. So you're going to have, remember, it's 85% is staffing personnel.
Hang on a second.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that was all my clarity I wanted on that point. The other point was, does keeping this in our, I'm not sure how we keep it in our base budget unless we fund this conditionally. I'm asking the city treasurer. If we fund this conditionally again for 2 more years, does that give us any greater control of how the police commission spends their dollars? If we do it conditionally, or if we just hand it over to them in their budget, does it change the control of the dollars?
Councillor Carlson, the funding needs to be allocated somewhere, and it's the police department that would initiate these services to the community. And so, I don't know if that answers your question or not, but
because what I'm hearing from a member of our police commission is that if we keep this money at the city, it changes how the police commission can spend this. Is that correct?
I would suggest it doesn't. City Council approves the funding envelope. Police Commission decides how the services are to the community. The approval of these 3 initiatives is a clear message from City Council how they wish for those services to be provided, but Council also approved a budget reduction of $1 million. And I don't know, I can't speak to this. This is the police chief and the police commission that really need to be answering these questions. This was just about getting clarity about, is this conditional funding carrying on in the police department?
All right, let's move along. Mayor Spearman, did you have any comment on that or not?
I don't think members of council can speculate on what the police commission can do. In the debate on police commission expenses, we talked about a lot of things. We talked about the program for officers in schools. We talked about the cost of that and some other initiatives, and I think that the Police Commission will weigh up all those initiatives and determine priorities. So the important thing is we do our job, and let the Police Commission do their job.
Councillor Croson. Debate.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will not ask any questions, don't worry. I will remind my colleagues, though, that when we do fund the police, one of the things about them having to bring a yearly plan is that must specify the level of police service and programs to be provided in respect of the municipality. And they have to submit those estimates and plans to council. We then can look at it and obtain any information from the commission that we think is necessary to approve the plan or not to approve, to approve the plan that they bring for us. So we do have another opportunity, if we actually make them do their annual plans, to have another kick at the can at this. The other thing is, the Police Commission is wise enough to know that how you spend your money has a dramatic effect on policing. I have been reading up on some of the various police staff and consultants and some of the work they've done. And one of the things they've been able to show over and over is that related to crime and the number of police you have, it's not the number of police you have, it's what you do with them. And the CPO and some of these programs are, as we've said, innovative programs that are designed to target very specific areas. And the Police Commission are smart enough to realize that these are programs that are achieving what we want them to achieve and what the Police Commission wants them to achieve. And so I think we put this to their budget and work with them as council is meant to, and work together to get this done. So I will be voting for this initiative.
Councillor Park, thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there's a lot of mixed messages I'm getting here, and I'm putting a lot of weight in what I'm hearing from Councillor Higgin. I would actually recommend that you table this to find out what the consequence of this decision would be. And I'd like to hear it right from the horse's mouth, that being from the chairman of the Police Commission, to find out what they would do if this resolution was passed. Otherwise, we're all making an assumption, and I don't want to base my decision on an assumption. So I would make it a friendly tabling motion on this, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Parker,
the
decisions of the Police Commission are made by the entire commission, not just the chair, not just by any individual member. The police commissioner the chair of the Police Commission could give us information that he feels X, Y, Z. But unless you poll all of the Police Commission, which is inappropriate in this nature, there's nothing to be gained.
Just a second, Mr. Chairman. You're assuming, just let me clarify my comments. What I'm saying is, when the Police Commission chair speaks, and when he speaks to council, he speaks on behalf of the commission. So I'm asking the chairman to go back to his commission to find out what the consequences of a decision be like that. Just like when we don't ask every single commission member when they speak to council, we know when that commission chair speaks, he speaks on behalf of commission. So we don't know the consequences. I'm not asking the chairman for his only opinion. He represents the commission. We're making a decision without knowing consequences. So please don't assume what I was saying. Ask for clarification, don't assume.
So you want us to get a hold of the chair of the Police Commission, ask him his opinion?
No, I'm asking for a tabling motion. I'm asking for a tabling motion on this to find out what the consequences of this decision would be within the decision of the commission as a whole. Thank you.
When do you want? When would you like to table it?
Well, my question was, is the commission meeting again before year's end?
Mayor Spearman, Tuesday?
Police Commission meets on Tuesday, December the 1st.
So then could you come back at the following council meeting with a recommendation or some kind of report back to the last council meeting before year's end, Mr. Mayor, if possible?
I think the police commission needs clear direction. They need to know if they're dealing with a reduction or not. I don't agree, but let's deal with the motion. I think let council do its job, let the police commission do theirs.
Thank you.
So do I have a seconder on that, Mr. Chairman?
We have a tabling motion for N38. Do I have a second? Until what date, Councillor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to December 14th.
December 14th, thank you. Tabling motion from Councillor Parker to table this initiative discussion for N38 until December the 14th. Do I have a second?
I'll second it if no one's going to second it.
Acting Mayor Higgins seconds.
Can I just get clarification? It's just for N38 or is it for all the three initiatives?
It would be all three initiatives, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Tabling motion for N38, N39, and N40 until December the 14th. Seconded by Councillor or Acting Mayor Higgin. Is there any questions on this motion? Is there any debate on this motion? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize. I apologize for just my motion there. I just want to have some clarification because I'm just hearing two mixed messages from both members of the Police Commission. So I just want to make sure I make a well thought out decision. So my apologies. I just want to make sure I have a decision, a well thought out decision. So that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further debate? I see none. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I personally, I don't believe that any discussion will have an impact on whether we commit this funding to the police commission or not. So I won't be supporting the motion at table. I think it's the duty of council, if we believe that the commission and through the commission, the police force needs these funds, I would rather approve them now. It is our job.
One second. Sorry about that. I had a discussion with the city treasurer. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is one of those situations where it's do I or don't I debate? To the wisdom of tabling, up until Councillors Higgin and Morrow spoke in regards to N38, I was a little confused about what was being said, but I understand the approach that they are coming from. I'm not certain that table is going to actually resolve their issue. The motion that we're dealing with is a procedural motion. It's about moving it from city operations to the Lethbridge Police Service. The fundamental concern, I think, being expressed by those not opposed to the programs, but sort of opposed to the philosophy of how we're going to address this, I don't think is going to be resolved at one meeting of the commission. It's going to take a much broader conversation. But the motion we're dealing with is not pertinent to today's budget deliberation. I'm okay with tabling it for a different purpose, coming back to the conversation, actually, we can maybe recontextualize it. Meeting of on the meeting of December 14th. So I'll support the motion to. I don't think we're tabling, we're postponing, aren't we? Until December 14th. Thank you.
Is there any more debate? Councillor Parker, would you want to close?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so all I was concerned about is we've cut $1 million preliminarily so far through the finance deliberations, and it's been implied through some of the conversation that $1 million will be taken out. By having that $1 million, the consequence will be possibly that these 3 initiatives may be removed, and I'm concerned that to happen. It may not happen, but I've heard some conversation in the debate. So I just want to know for sure what would happen if that $1 million was taken out, and what would the consequence be. So I know it's implied, it may not happen for sure, but I just want more clarification, and that's why I would like for it to be postponed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I call for the vote on the tabling motion by roll call, please.
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor?
Councillor Parker.
In favor?
Acting Mayor Hagan.
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed?
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Carries 5-4.
We are now tabling this till December 14th decision council. And if there's difficulty making a decision on that day, what are the implications for the 2021 budget, Madam Treasurer?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, December 14th is the last city council meeting in December, before the new year. And so that, unless a special meeting is called later in December, that's the last city council meeting for council to make a decision on the 2021 and 2022 operating budget.
Certainly. So we cannot accept the budget on Monday without this initiative included. Is that correct?
I'm struggling with this a bit just because these are included in the base budget, but I guess I'm just trying to understand the impact if council did not support the funding associated with these 3 initiatives and the additional $1 million reduction initiative to police. That's a significant impact on their budget. I'm just struggling with how that looks. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moore, do you have a question or comment?
Actually, a question just to follow up on what you're saying, Deputy Mayor, if I may. Thank you.
Go ahead, yeah.
So to the city treasurer, Councillor Miyashiro was just asking about, whether, the impact and everything. I'm thinking these 3 are already in the base budget, are they not? We've approved them for the 4-year cycle. So they're technically in 2021 and 22, are they not?
Correct.
Okay, so if we were to do nothing, not even have a debate on these 3, they would still continue for the next 2 years with these 3 initiatives, would they not?
Not exactly.
Based on the resolution in the last operating budget, council asked for the police commission to come back so they could make a decision to continue the funding in 2021 and 2022. This is just how we managed that situation. This is really city council's decision. It is in the base budget, but I'm just struggling a little bit to understand the impact to police if council doesn't, I'm just not sure, if council doesn't approve that these initiatives the funding gets allocated.
Sorry, City Treasurer, that's where you're confusing me. Hello. Sorry, City Treasurer, that's where you're confusing me. This council is right now dealing with the 4-year budget. And these 3 initiatives are already approved in a 4-year budget. All we did was we asked, come back midterm. But the money is there and it's approved for the last 2 years of the 4-year budget, correct?
The funding is in the base budget. To be allocated to the police is not clear for me.
But if it's in the base, how was it clear in the first 2 years and it's not clear for the next 2 years?
Because of the resolution that I read earlier.
Okay, thank you. So what we could do then, I'm just trying to expose all opportunities here. What we could do then at any meeting of council, as long as it's before the new year, we could just put in another resolution like the first one where they continue on with these 2 for the following 2 years with these 3 initiatives. We could do that, could we not?
Councilor Morrow, I think it will be very difficult for the police commission to identify how the $1 million will impact their budget without clarity on if this funding for these 3 initiatives are included or not.
Okay, now you're confusing me again by adding the $1 million. That's got nothing to do with this in my mind.
Well, it's a funding envelope to the police. And what is their total envelope right now is a little bit unclear for them, or at least it's unclear for me.
Okay, isn't it? Well, we have a number, and we know that if it gets approved at council, that whatever that number is, it's going to be $1 million less.
Councilor Morrow, can I ask you, what are you specifically asking here?
I'm trying to understand when we are being told that this cannot be voted on outside this budget. That's what I'm trying to understand, because I think it can. As 3 separate initiatives. I think the money's being watered. I'll hop out.
What the treasurer's said repeatedly is that it creates uncertainty for the police commission, the police force. If council does not vote in favor of N38, N39, or N40, that's in addition to the $1 million reduction already.
Deputy Mayor, with all due respect, then can you explain that to me? If the budget is 40 million and we've reduced it by 1, they're now going to get 39 million. These 3 initiatives are outside of that 39 million. Is the way I understand it. So explain to me so that I understand.
And if they want to,
the way you understand.
Right, and if they want to implement these 3 initiatives, they need the funding. Otherwise, they have to find more funding if we don't agree to reallocating the money for N38, 39, and 40.
But if
The
council
money's in
doesn't
our budget, it's not in the police budget.
Can I ask something to help clarify? I believe will help clarify.
Hang on a second. Councilor Morrow still has his question on the floor.
No, I'm done.
Thank you. Councilor Carlson.
We just voted to table this,
Thank you.
correct?
That's correct.
So unless somebody wants to reconsider tabling, everything we're having here is moot.
That's correct.
I guess on process, we cannot finalize the budget because we've tabled this, which would I'm going to assume, because it's tabled, is to a finance committee meeting on December 14th. Am I understanding correctly?
City
So
Council.
pretty much,
Is it council
we
on
haven't.
the 14th? Council meeting on the 14th.
So finance committee can table something at a meeting that can come back at a different committee's meeting?
We just did it earlier.
I'm confused. Because we need to, as finance committee, finish our deliberations, recommend an entire operating budget to council.
Councilor Carlson, you're absolutely right, but 5 members of finance committee decided to table this till December 14th. So the implications of that are very clear. If we don't pass these 3 initiatives as council on December 14th, that leaves the police commission without the allocation of the dollars for N38, N39, and N40.
And that's over $2 million, is it not?
It
I
is.
think if I,
It is. All right, so we have the tabling motion in place. We're not going to address this until December
Can I-
14th.
Can I not ask a
Acting Mayor, do you have a question?
I do. So just for clarification from Ms. Pinkson, so currently we have $1 million on reduction to the police budget. We put all 850 to 866 all together. My question is, with the initiatives, the three initiatives, the total being what is the amount? It's around $2 million.
About $2.3 million.
$2.3 million. So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, if that money was to go to the police budget, we would be giving an increase of $1.3 million on the budget. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, so we're not getting anywhere with this. So if you want to continue, we're going to recess until 1:30.
No, can I have a question, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, Councillor Kaufman,
What?
can I?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just actually, yes, wondering if we should all maybe take a break, get a Snickers bar, come back at 1:30, but can we have the answer as to whether or not this will impact the decision to approve the budget on Monday? Because there does seem to be some uncertainty whether or not this is just a paper transfer or if this actually would impact the budget. So if we could have somebody just figure that out, and then when we come back, because there could be a motion to reconsider depending on what the response is.
And if I may, can I just add to that, Mr. Chairman? That's exactly what I was going to say. I didn't
right.
mean that. I didn't mean for
Okay,
this
so
to
let's
muddy
let the city treasurer, the city manager answer that, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what the question is.
Councillor Kaufman, you want to repeat that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Madam Treasurer, I think the uncertainty is just whether or not the tabling motion actually affects budget approval, because this is about transferring the funds from city operations proper to the LPS. The LPS understands that they will be getting, will be receiving $1 million reduction, with the understanding of this funding more than likely going to them, but that remains uncertain at the moment. So just about all of us taking a break for lunch and then coming back with clarity as to whether or not the budget could be approved on Monday, with an understanding that council will have a conversation on the 14th of December as to whether or not these monies are included with it as well, since the revenues are already going in. The revenues are in taxation. It doesn't affect the taxation for 2021, 2022. It's the allocation of these dollars. So just some clarification around that, and then we can move forward.
So Councillor Kaufman, the budget can be approved on Monday. The decision about these three initiatives does not impact what's on the screen in terms of getting to a zero average over 2021 and 2022. But my concern is that it's unclear for the police commission to describe what the $1 million reduction will look like without any clarity if their funding includes these three initiatives or not.
Thank you. First of all, I appreciate the clarity on the budget being approved on Monday. That's excellent. The second thing then is perhaps in conversation from our two representatives to the commission on Tuesday. It's $1 million. Consider what is happening in the context of the $1 million reduction, and then whether or not these funds are part of that $1 million, not above and beyond, because that's not been the instruction, but whether or not these funds are part of the $1 million is kind of irrelevant, at least for the thought exercise. We're going to be operating with $1 million less. What does that look like?
How could they make that decision without the consideration of these three items?
I'm going to come back with a resolution. Can we just hold off till lunch? And I'm sure this will help all of us.
All right, let's recess till 1:30.
Can I just, Mr. Chairman, can I just say a few things real quick?
What? Go ahead.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to put you out here. I feel bad, but I just want to apologize. I didn't mean for this to muddy the waters. I just want to make sure
I have clarification. I appreciate the conversation leading into the recess. That's all I was going to say. So, Mr. Chairman, I will limit my words, and I apologize for trying to make a point.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Okay, we're going to recess until 1:30. Thank you. I'd like to bring back Finance Committee from our recess. Before I adjourn Finance Committee for this week, are there any further comments from Finance Committee? Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Do you want to do roll call first?
Certainly. Roll call, please.
Councillor Morrow.
Yep.
Councillor Parker.
Here.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Here.
Mayor Spearman.
Here.
Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Carlson.
Here.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
Councillor Croson.
Good afternoon.
All present, thank you.
Thank you very much. As I just said, before I adjourn Finance Committee for the week, are there any comments that Finance Committee would like to make?
If I can, Deputy Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the tabling motion that was passed just before break.
Certainly. Do you have a second?
Carlson.
Councillor Carlson, thank you. Do we need to have discussion on this? Discussion?
You can discuss the table.
Okay. Are there any questions on this motion?
If I can just state, if you don't mind, Deputy Mayor, the lunch break has afforded afforded staff the opportunity to perhaps address this from a slightly different perspective. So I would like us to be able to discuss this afternoon instead of putting it off to the 14th. So I would ask my colleagues to approve the motion to reconsider.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Carlson, you have a question?
No, in for debate.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Hagan, do you have a question?
Nope, just a question before we adjourn.
Thank you. No other questions? I'll open debate. Councillor Kaufman?
I've already opened, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to urge my colleagues to reconsider this tabling motion. We've been working very long and hard on the budget to try and get it where it is now. I think these motions in front of us, the city treasurer had informed us, was just for some clarity and to finalize things. I would hate for the community to think that we are removing another $2 million from the police budget pending review. I believe this money is necessary to be at least decided on today, whether it's in or out.
Acting Mayor Hagan?
I don't have my hand up.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Mayor Spearman?
I'll be supporting reconsideration, thank you.
I too will be supporting this. I believe that we need some certainty going into council deliberation of our recommendations. Further debate? Councillor Croson? No, that's the voting flash. Councillor Kaufman to close.
Question.
Take the call, the question by roll call, please. The question is about reconsidering the tabling motion.
That's a majority vote because it's the same meeting. Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
And Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Carries 7-2.
Thank you. You can get back to original motion, 1 second. Yeah, sorry, my computer slept. There's the original motion for N38. That Finance Committee recommend council approve the reallocation of funding for 2021 and 2022 related to N38 community peace officers. 2021, $1,404,000. 2022, $1,440,500 from the 2019-2022 operating budget from the city base budget to the police budget. Councillor Kaufman, or question, sorry. Mayor Spearman?
So I just want to clarify, there had been a motion to divide that which was approved. What's the status of that?
This is just N38.
Okay, thank you.
Other further questions? Debate? Councillor Kaufman, would you like to open?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Further debate from Finance Committee. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We did debate we did open and almost finished debate earlier, so I won't repeat all I said. Just that I think the police service has done an awesome.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Initiatives, and I would ask for my colleagues' support.
Mayor Spearman?
Yeah, I'll be supporting each one of these three motions. I think it's important to provide clarity to the Police Commission, and they will, if we pass these three motions, they only have to deal with how to come up with $1 million that's been reduced, and this will be part of their base budget. Thank you.
Further debate? I see none. Councillor Kaufman to close.
Thank you. Call the question.
I'd like to call the question by roll call, please, for initiative N38.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Favor?
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
Favor.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Favor.
And Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Carried 8-1.
Thank you. Moving on to N39, the watch. You have a mover for N38.
I'll do that.
N39.
I will.
Councillor Campbell, second.
These were all moved by Councillor Kaufman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yep, that's correct.
My apologies.
Never mind.
Questions on N39? Sorry, before question, I'll just read it really quickly. That Finance Committee recommend the council approve the reallocation of the funding for the 2021 and 2022 related to N39 watch program. 2021, 761,802. 2022, 768,202. From the 2019-2022 operating budget from the city Lethbridge base budget to the police budget. Questions? There are no questions. Debate, Councillor Kaufman.
No, nothing. Thank you.
Is there any debate from Finance Committee? I see none. Councillor Kaufman to close.
Question?
Call the question, vote by ballot or by roll call, please.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Favor?
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
Favor.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
And Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Carried 7-2.
Initiative N40 is the Police and Crisis Team Initiative. Again, it was moved by Councillor Kaufman. The Finance Committee recommend the council approve the reallocation of funding for 2021 and 2022 related to N40 Police and Crisis Team. 2021 130,700, 2022 134,400, 2019-22 operating budget from the city's base budget to the police budget. Questions? I see no questions. Open for debate, Councillor Kaufman.
Nothing, thank you.
Debate from Finance Committee. I see none. Close, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. These three projects were actually, we've looked at each of them individually and certainly as collectively. The realization over some food and a couple of walks outside and things of that nature is that this money is not in the police budget. We've agreed to a $1 million reduction to the police department. This would add an additional $2.something million pressure on the department. So the funding for these three programs need to go back into the police department to ensure that they can deal with them appropriately. So I would ask my colleagues to support this motion.
We'll call the question by roll call, please.
Councillor Kaufman.
Agreed? Approved?
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
Favor.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
Favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Carried 8-1.
Thank you. Bring us to the end of our deliberations. City Clerk or City Finance Treasurer, City Treasurer, would you like to explain the process moving forward? Maybe one legislative, one functional?
Sure, I'll start and have the treasurer
City
jump
Clerk.
in. So city clerks will work with finance and will prepare the finance committee report coming from the finance committee. And it will include 3 attachments. The first one will be a summary chart of all the initiatives and the decisions of each. The second one will be the updated spreadsheet that finance prepared with all the financial impacts and all the decisions with the tax percentage. And the third attachment will be all the approved resolutions in their entirety with the movers, seconders, and the vote. If anything else Finance Committee would like, we're open to including as well. City Treasurer?
I don't have anything else to add to that.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question. We're going to have a resolution, an omnibus resolution to forward this to City Council for their approval.
Yes, it will be one resolution that will include all the recommendations from Finance Committee. And I forgot to
Okay.
mention that's going to Monday's meeting, November 30th. So
Thank you.
will
That was
get
my
that
next
probably-
question.
Yep.
Thank you. That was my next question. I know that some members of finance had contemplated 2-week soak time, but I'm fine with Monday. I just wanted to make sure that my colleagues who thought about 2-week soak time get that opportunity.
Well, that's soaking. City Treasurer, can you give us an update on our spreadsheet, please?
Based on the decisions that Finance Committee have made this week, the decisions result in a 0% property tax increase in 2021 and 2022 on the municipal portion, assuming this is approved by City Council.
Very much. City Manager, any comments before we close?
No, nothing to add, Mr. Chair.
Before we adjourn this meeting, I just want to thank everybody for the effort you put out this week. This is, Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just wondering, is there a process if we wanted to readdress some of these? And I know that we went into a few other ones and brought them back forward. Is there an opportunity to do that?
The City Clerk
And
will
when
answer your
did-
question.
Thank you.
Finance Committee will bring this to council on Monday, and it will be a recommendation of the Finance Committee, and Deputy Mayor Miyashiro as chair will present it. If there's any revisions that council would like, they would be amendments to that omnibus resolution. Amendments would be majority.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Any further questions, comments from Finance Committee? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate all of my colleagues' work over this week and before. I also want to thank our city manager and his staff and all our boards and commissions and their staff for the work they've done to give us options to make these decisions. So thank you all for the work. I've held off on thanking our deputy mayor, who I think has done a yeoman's job chairing this committee through the week and through Zoom or Teams. But now that he can't take pot shots at me after the meeting is adjourned, I can say thank you, Deputy Mayor. Excellent job.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carlson. Appreciate that. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank members of the administration team who were there and online as well to answering all the questions that we've had over the last week, as well as the weeks and days leading up to our budget deliberations. Mr. Chairman, I know you've had a tough job, especially when some people are there and some people are not, and I know it's quite a balancing. So I appreciate the work that you did, Mr. Chair. I know it got a little emotionally heated, but I apologize if it did get heated. But I know, with all due respect, we're all trying our best. I just want to thank my colleagues and just thanks to everyone as well.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Is there anybody else that would like to make a comment? I see none. So just to finish then, again, thank you very much to my colleagues in Finance Committee for the hard work that you've done all week. This was a different kind of process than that some of us are used to, or all of us are used to. It was difficult, and the debate was lively and I think fulsome. I do want to thank our administration, not just our senior management team, especially the clerk's office, Nick, who had to write everything down and get releases out, and the communications department. I think there's a lot of our staff in the background, and for the months that our different business units worked on developing these sheets for us, I think we need to thank them for it and appreciate that work. I will say that the next time we do this, which will be CIP, is that prior to this binder going to council, if there's an opportunity for either one of our standing policy committees or audit to just look at them really quickly for wording, I think there's some things. So I'll point out one thing. Councillor Coffin asked a question about how many. So if we're going to reduce 4 or whatever it was, security guards, I think it was, the question was out of how many? So if we're going to reduce 4 bodies out of 5, has a lot more implication than 4 bodies out of 100. And those are the kind of things I think if you can get members of council to look at and give some feedback to administration about, this is what we need. We appreciate the job you've done pulling this information together, because it's difficult. But if we're going to have these questions, or what you can do is if you have that information here, we don't have to ask those questions either. So that's one of the things that I would like to see for next time. I would also like to thank people for putting up with my snarkiness at times. It's probably could have been a lot worse, but but thank you for putting up with that. And if there's nothing else, I would like to adjourn our Finance Committee for this week. We are adjourned. Huh? Do you have a motion to adjourn? I just thought I'd like to end it. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Kaufman, do I have a second? Councillor Campbell. Any opposed?
Deputy Mayor.
Are you opposed to adjournment?
No. I asked a question if somebody wanted to change the date on the referral to City Council, and we never voted.
You asked the question out loud, you didn't make a motion. You just asked, you asked out loud if someone might want to, and then no one wanted to, so. But thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
I thought I may have missed.
No, you didn't make a motion. You were
No,
think-
but did someone make a motion to refer this to Monday?
No. We've already said that the city clerk laid out the process as well as the city treasurer.
Okay, so we don't have to make a motion to refer it to city council for approval?
No.
We usually do.
Every one of the,
They can, but it'll go to the next regular meeting of council, which is.
yeah, it just goes to the next regular meeting of council anyway.
Okay, thank
Is there
you.
anyone opposed to adjournment? I see none. Finance committee is adjourned.